The woman's screams echoed through the house. They joined the cacophony of screams that could be heard around the city. The Inquisition had arrived, hunting like a lion. Non-believers had to be found. Yet another scream could be heard, different from the others, younger, much younger. Susanna had done it. She'd borne her second son. The Inquisitor had arrived and wanted to see her, whose home was so far away and whose heart was so heavy. Susanna knew he had been searching for her for months, and without her sacrifice, he would even take her children. Her companion understood. Tabit loved her. She could trust him with her children. The door burst open. There he was, the Inquisitor. She knew Gonzalo only too well, and she feared him. Susanna knew what he wanted. The key. He was looking for the others, too. She knew that. But she would never give them up. Yet another scream echoed through the city.
Test Flight 19. The safety net is secure. The weather is on our side, even if it is a bit too windy. The invention is ready up on the hill.
You are testing my patience, Morales.
We'll be underway in no time, Senor Conde. I'll speak briefly to Conde and my brother. Then we'll begin our test flight. According to my calculations, Ramon ought to touch down again here. The net is just in case. A net, just in case the flying machine flies further than expected. Barcelona! I can even see our workshop from here. A net, just in case the The cliff makes the wind here particularly favorable. In theory, this is the perfect place for our experiment, but from a practical point of view, it's extremely dangerous. But in an emergency, the net will withstand a lot. This tree is sturdy enough to hold the net. Dark clouds are forming on the horizon. I hope there isn't a storm this evening. The gentle hills of Catalonia, my home. That's a sacrificial stone in honor of the Blessed Virgin Mary. If you don't cross yourself here and are caught, you might end up nailed to the cross yourself. That path leads down to Barcelona. We drove our invention onto the meadow with the cart. I only hope that no one saw us doing it. If Ramon gets a running start, he should stay in the air for 4 or 5 cubits. That should be enough to convince the Count to give us another advance. My brother Ramon. I hope he didn't eat too much for breakfast. Ramon?
Yes, Theodore?
Today we are going to crack it, Ramon. Today we take off. This is our day.
It'll be fine. I have my talisman with me.
Everything's perfect. The hill is steep enough and the wind is blowing favorably.
Anything that doesn't end like last time is a success. The grazes have only just healed.
We can swap if you like, but then you'll have to explain the technology behind it to the Count.
And you'll have to overcome your vertigo.
I'm not scared of heights. It's just a kind of nausea
that you get when the air is thin. It's fine. The stars are aligned well. That's the main thing.
I went through all the calculations again last night. There's nothing that can go wrong. In theory.
Then let's get going. The Count is waiting.
El Conde, our esteemed Count and only client. A miser on whose money and benevolence we are reliant. Senor Conde?
What?
Everything is ready for our first test flight.
I hope it's clear that it is the flight, not the test, that I'm paying for.
Absolutely clear.
And that your sacrilegious inventions could land you before the court of the Inquisition.
We know that.
Then perhaps you also know that the Count of Florence has increased his wager and has employed a certain Da Vinci.
Da Vinci. Perhaps you mean the Da Vinci who's better known for body snatching for what he calls anatomical studies than for craftsmanship in building flying machines.
The very one. And I hope that you are soon more well known for your practical successes than your impractical theories.
I hope so too, Conde. I assure you that you've backed the right horse with us.
If it's a flying horse, yes. Otherwise, you'll spend the rest of your lives trotting around on a Spanish donkey.
We'll do it.
I expect nothing less.
You can start when ready.
Oh.
Oh! Ramon! Ramon? I'm alive!
A disaster. You two are nothing more than charlatans.
But the invention flew.
Invention? This terrible contraption is only suited as fuel for your funeral pyre.
Please, esteemed Conde, I have many more ideas on how to improve the machine. Think of the money you've already invested.
I'll give you one more week. And if I lose my wager thanks to your incompetence, then I'll make sure that the court of the Inquisition shows interest in your heretical experiments.
Our workshop cart. We transported the flying machine and our tools with it. Our tools. Somewhere around here should be... Ah, yes. There's a knife there too. Should be useful. I'll take it. I could take the side pieces off and use them as a ladder, but they are very short. Let's see what I can do with these. Those are 2 rails from the sides of the workshop cart. Exactly 7 rungs. Ramon would say that's better than 13, but fortunately I'm not superstitious. I don't need the whole net. Reminds me a bit of a rope ladder. Ramon's guardian angel deserves a medal. Ramon, Hold on tight. I'll soon have you out of there.
Good. I thought you were going to just leave me hanging on.
Dear brother, what luck! I feared the worst.
Not this time. I'd love to get my feet back on solid ground now.
Yes, of course. I'll get you up here straight away. Just a minute. Hold on!
Yes, hurry up!
Here, Ramon, a rope ladder.
Well done, Theodore. Can you tie it up somewhere?
That should hold.
Thank you, brother. You saved me.
I'm sorry. I miscalculated the launch angle. There's something not quite right with the whole construction.
No real harm done. Good that I had my talisman with me.
You really are one of a kind, dear brother. Come, now we have to salvage the flying machine.
I think you'll have to do that on your own. My leg won't hold up.
Oh, is it painful?
Only when I put weight on it. I have to lie down.
Yes, relax. I'll do this. I'll take my rope ladder with me. The workshop cart is sure to need its rungs back at some point. I could also cut down the tree to get to the flying machine, but this way is much more dignified for an inventor. Good. Then perhaps there's something that can be used again. The test flight was actually a success. It only got a bit out of control. We can sort that out.
Hey, Theodore, I'll help you in a minute. I've got something really important to do first, though.
We've got exactly 1 week before the Count has us put in thumbscrews. I don't think there can be anything that's more important. Hello, Ramon? Always the same. All right then. The invention of the century is going to have to be made by just one genius. And what if the material is too heavy? In theory, wood should also fly, if it has enough lift. A light material would, of course, be better. It's definitely something to do with lift. That's the crux of the matter. But how can we be independent of the wind's changing mood? Da Vinci designed that huge screw. I wonder if he'll manage to screw himself into the air with it. It must be possible, as long as it turns quickly enough. His parachute design isn't bad either, but in the end it'll only get him from up there to down here, not from down here to up there. As long as Da Vinci hasn't found a solution, my chances aren't too bad. This wooden construction is much too heavy. I'm not at all surprised that this thing didn't fly. We used to play catch with this pig's bladder. It's dried and blown up, sturdy and watertight. And I guess it's easier to get into the air than any kind of wood construction. I've already noted down this idea. A loading crane. I need that if I want to get heavy things onto the roof. That's my water pressure machine. Water is supposed to shoot out of a hole when you press it down, but it hasn't got a hole yet. One of our first flying machines, but this wooden construction is much too heavy. I'm not at all surprised that this thing didn't fly. The workshop is directly under this large and heavy wooden hatch. A leather hose. We only recently had it made. The last one burnt to a cinder on the forge. One of Ramon's Egyptian artifacts. A cross with a loop, or a cog. Uncle Tabit sent this letter a couple of weeks ago.
My dear Ramon, my trip to North Africa was successful, and I shall shortly be back in our wonderful Barcelona. I found an extremely interesting artifact there. It would appear to be only part of a larger piece, but I think you will find it very precious nonetheless. When I'm back in town, you can come and pick it up from my shop whenever you like. Farewell. Uncle Tabit, Valencia, 7th of April, 1514.
One would normally expect an inventor to note down ideas for inventions. But my brother is a little bit different.
The Ankh, crux ansata in Latin, Egyptian symbol for life and also immortality. The uraeus more or less means the rearing one, a rearing cobra that Egyptian gods often wear on their foreheads. The uraeus spits fire or poison and punishes those who do not obey the god. It's often associated with a goddess who is supposed to have the head of a lion.
That's a bowl of wood tar. Ramon sticks his old stones together with it. The whole construction has to be extremely light and be able to carry a person. A basket like that would be perfect. Perhaps I should pick up my old idea of an airship again. It wouldn't need the complete hull. It doesn't have to be waterproof, just the framework. That'd be much lighter too. Covered in fabric, it would create a large surface for the wind. But how to get it in the air? That's only possible with an accelerating force plus a cliff. So, wheels on the bottom again? Our workshop cart. We've transported loads of inventions with this. Most recently, it carried the flying machine to the cliffs. The net is still in there. I'll take it. The vacuum balls didn't work. Then perhaps the complete opposite. More air. The more the better. With a wind generator under the wings? A forge, just like you'd find in a smith's workshop, with an integrated smelting furnace. That's the rope and pulley system for operating the bellows. Ramon designed the construction when he was more on the case. The rope is connected to the bellows via 2 pulleys. When you pull on it, it lifts. No, it lowers. I can't remember exactly. Either way, it works. That's a little smelting furnace, for smelting metals in an airtight space. Let's see. Yes, there are still some embers in there. Cartwheels. You can never have enough of them. They make excellent driving cranks for all kinds of things. Fishing rods are made of light and supple wood, the perfect material for wings, or perhaps a whole airship. I've already noted down. What would I do without my pliers? It can't be that hard. I just have to give my ideas some order. A lathe. You can bore holes in wood with it. It's powered by a foot pedal. There's still a lump of calamine on the anvil. That should be in the mineral cupboard. Are those my pliers? They seem to turn up all over the place. Unfortunately, that's all I've got at the moment. There's my dear brother. As always, his thoughts are of a secret Egyptian city from whence all the things that he works on day in and day out perhaps, or perhaps do not come. Ramon? Are you dreaming of utopia again?
I'm searching for it, yes. One day you'll be thankful for this.
For what? That you spent precious working time cleaning artifacts?
That I never lost sight of our goal.
Which goal?
I don't quite know exactly. That's why I'm searching for it.
Could you give me a hand, please?
Later. I have to put this mask together first.
We have to get the flying machine finished. We only have 6 days until the Count sets those torturing fiends on us. I'll be off then. Good idea. I can bore a hole in the lid with that, through which the water can then be forced. That's it. A huge leather bladder full of air, a couple of wings to steer it, and a basket for the pilot. Next I need to get hold of the construction materials. Supple wood, a whole load of leather, and a large basket. Hopefully I can find all that quickly.
Theodore? If you're going out, then pop in at Tabit's place. He's supposed to get back from Africa today, and I'm sure he's brought me something again.
You mean some old mouldy tree root in the shape of an antique vase?
That, or a precious artifact. Thank you, my brother.
I often buy fresh fruit from Hernando. I wonder if something has happened to him. I haven't seen him since the day before yesterday, and the fruit is just rotting away in the heat. This market stall has been closed for weeks. The family who the stall belongs to has emigrated to America, like many others. The basket seller's stall. The heat of the midday sun is trapped under the awnings. Aha! The basket seller is in town. That's fortunate. Hello.
God be praised, Senor Inventor. You're still at large, then.
And why not, pray? I've done nothing wrong.
I've heard otherwise. They say that you're working on an invention which lets a man walk across the skies.
Those are fairy tales.
Exactly. Only Jesus can do such things. And the Church makes sure that nobody else tries to.
Jesus could walk on water, not on air.
So, by that, are you saying that Jesus couldn't have walked on air, even if he had wanted to?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What does a basket cost?
3 silver.
So expensive. Oh. Can we do a deal some other way?
If you could find some way of making it not quite so damned warm here, then I could let you have a basket for just 1 silver.
Do you know anything about the fruit seller?
The last time I saw him was the day before yesterday. I don't know what happened yesterday. I was out and about.
What does a basket cost?
3 silver.
So can we do a deal? Goodbye.
May God's blessings be upon you.
That's where the fisherman and his wife live. They have a small stall at the market. Nice people, actually, even though they sometimes complain about the noise coming from our workshop at night. I mean, it's an inventor's workshop after all. Do I get upset about their fish stinking? My dear Uncle Tabbet, a trader through and through. He travels a lot and is always on the lookout for quality goods and even better prices. Hey, Uncle Tabbet.
Fyodor, how nice to see you.
How are you? When did you arrive in Barcelona?
This morning I'm feeling a little worn out from the journey. But business is good. And how are things with you?
The last flying machine didn't fly too well again. The Count has set us a final deadline.
Just take care, my boy. The Count is a dangerous man. He has church connections. You need to watch out.
My brother is completely possessed by his Egyptian artifacts.
He always was. He is definitely becoming a true history scholar.
You've been prophesying that for years, but it doesn't lead to anything. He just buries himself deeper and deeper in his books and doesn't help me anymore at all. Please don't keep on bringing him new things.
But if he loves to busy himself with them...
I need 2 bales of the thinnest leather that you have.
I've still got a few bales of camel leather, but I can't hand them over to you just like that. They are very valuable. And you know that since the discovery of the New World, business has not been so good.
How can that be?
Most of our shipping is now on the Atlantic coast, not here on the Mediterranean anymore.
Ramon reckons that you've definitely brought something for him again.
Yes, quite correct. Look, a valuable piece of crystal. Whatever you do, don't drop it.
What's that supposed to be? Looks like half of it's missing.
Yes, there must be other parts that belong with it. But I'm sure Ramon will like it all the same.
See you later.
Yes. Till then, my boy.
Precious Persian carpets. Jewelry boxes made of snakeskin. Very popular in Africa. Egyptian urns. I wonder if they're full. I'll make some time for a cup of tea with Uncle Tabbet later. I've got much to do right now. These oriental spices smell good. I wish I could cook. Then I'd know what to do with them. A couple of dusty stone figures. No one wants them. They really do look quite worthless. A couple of dusty... Uncle Tabbet, so you've still got that sarcophagus?
Yes, I wanted to delight your brother with it. I dragged the thing right across the ocean with me, and then he doesn't want to have it.
It didn't come from the right region. Yes, I remember. He's only interested in artifacts from the Great Desert close to Egypt.
Your brother is quite strange sometimes.
These stone figures have also been on your shelves for some time now, haven't they?
Yes, they're ugly, aren't they? Nobody wants them. And they keep looking at me like they're laughing. People don't want things made of stone. They want gold.
See you later.
Yes. Till then, my boy.
Map of Terra Nova and Terra Incognita, based loosely on the travel logs of Amerigo Vespucci. Uncle Tabit stores various fabrics and cloths up there. He asked me to invent something to keep the moths out of there years ago. As soon as I've finished the flying machine, I'll get onto that. Ottoman soup bowl and plate. These books are real treasures, elaborately illustrated and decorated. However, completely illegible for me. I can't read Hebrew. Anubis is the jackal-headed Egyptian god of funeral rites. I sometimes pay attention to what Ramon says. What a smell! Arabian coffee. A shirt made of precious Byzantine silk. That's the artifact that Tabit brought for Ramon. A glass lump kind of thingy. Here, that's the artifact that Tabit brought for you.
Fantastic! Show me! Thank you.
So, what is it actually?
A piece of crystal. It belongs to something that's made up of lots of fragments like it.
Well then, best of luck with your investigations. What do you think about the idea of constructing a huge bladder and then pumping it full of air? Of course, the material would have to be extremely thin and supple. We could attach a rope ladder or a basket in which one could sit. I mean, in which you could sit. I'll have to watch it all from the ground, of course. If we push you over the cliff and the wind blows strongly, then it's sure to stay in the air for a while, don't you think?
If we hang this magic amulet on it, then it's sure to work.
I'll be off then. It should be able to withstand a fair amount of heat. A couple of copper coins. That's all I have in the world. Take a couple of copper coins. A pinch of calamine. Exactly. Right in the middle of the embers, and soon the heat will be increased a little bit. A huge pair of bellows. We normally use them to fire up the forge. It's operated using the... Now the forge can be heated up. Ow, hot! It was a fantastic idea to cover the stone figures with brass. They look really precious. Tabit will be delighted. I'll take the hose with me. I've covered your figures with brass. Look at them now.
They look like they're made of gold. Superb. Now I can really ask a good price for them. Thank you, Fyodor.
About the camel leather.
Take it with you. The money from the gold figures will no doubt pay for it.
Thank you.
I thank you. Here, take a silver coin and buy something nice for yourself. Maybe some flowers for your girlfriend?
Uncle, thanks. See you later.
Yes. Till then, my boy.
These goods belong to the ships in the rear part of the harbour. As far as I know, there's currently a ban on setting sail due to the plague of corsairs. The repairs to the potholes seem to be a bit half-hearted. I don't care. What's that? Leftover cloth? Scraps? What's that? There used to be tar in there. Now it's empty. Someone has been trying to patch up their boat. There's a plank, nails, and a hammer. Someone has been trying to... That's Pedro, our neighbor, a fisherman by trade. Hello.
Hola.
Any luck?
Could be better. They're just too small. Further out, yes, there are some big ones, but here...
Your rod. What's it made of?
Willow, like any good fishing rod should be.
Exactly what I need.
There's no way I can lend it to you. I need it myself. If my boat wasn't broken, then perhaps, but otherwise... You're an inventor? Invent a fish-catching machine. I'd buy it immediately.
Maybe later. Did you say your boat is broken?
Yes, took a real battering in the last storm.
Perhaps I can repair it. I'll take a look. This Inquisition ship, so why is it berthed here?
It can't be for anything good. Wherever these soldiers turn up, they only spread fear and terror.
Yes, you can only hope to be spared their attentions.
Don't worry. They're only looking for people who are on their list. If they were after you, you'd have received a visit by now.
Adios.
Adios.
Is that the plank for the boat?
Yes, but I haven't found the right mixture for waterproofing it.
What's that? Leftover cloth? That's Pedro the fisherman's boat. That's the leaky spot. And there are some very fine fibers coming through the layer of tar that's crumbling off. The shipyard has long been abandoned. Since the discovery of the New World, there's hardly been any use for it. Thousands of workers are needed on the Atlantic coast to build up the Spanish Armada. Most of the shipbuilders moved out of Barcelona ages ago. A vat of melted butter. I guess something fragile was transported in that, and now the butter has melted in the sun. I'm not going to get my fingers all greasy. Soldiers of the Inquisition. You used to only see soldiers of the Spanish Armada here, especially since the corsairs started marauding the sea. The Spanish Inquisition ship, a galleon. darker and bigger than the trading ships that are normally docked here. What's not yet clear to me is why it's been anchored here for the last few days. The city's slurry pool. How can fish survive in this soup? Those will be the fibers that seal the boat together with the tar. I guess they're flax fibers. The planks have been replaced, but the boat is still far from waterproof. I've pushed the fibers deep into the cracks. There is even some left over. That's a bowl of wood tar. Ramon sticks his old stones together with it. Ramon, may I interrupt you for a moment?
What is it, Fyodor?
One of the Inquisition ships is in the harbour. What can they be looking for here? Hopefully not our workshop.
You spend all day worrying on, and they always bypass the workshop. Maybe it's time to let it all go. Pack my bags and be gone.
I could do with the tar now.
Yes, take it.
Thanks. Don't you still need it for the mask?
I'm going to do that later. I have to get on with this piece of crystal right now.
Of course. The crystal fragment. I'll be off then. The tar and the fibers seal the planks perfectly. Hello.
Hola.
The boat is mended and ready for action.
Thank you, Fyodor. If you see Sylvia, then tell her I'll soon be bringing home some real fish.
Yes, I'll do that. Do you still need your fishing rod?
No. When I go out with the boat, I fish with a net. Do you want it?
The willow would be really useful for me.
Then take it. Here.
Thanks. Adios.
Adios.
Hello, Sylvia.
Morales, haven't I told you you shouldn't be seen here?
I'm an honest inventor, not a heretic.
The Inquisition doesn't see any difference there. So, what can I do for you? Has Pedro got drunk and fallen into the harbor again?
I'm supposed to tell you from your husband that there are going to be some proper fish here soon.
Proper fish? Don't make me laugh. And what should I do with those? He just sits boozing on the quayside, and I have to do all the work. I've had enough of that loser.
If you want to get rid of fishing rods, I'll be happy to take them off your hands. Thanks. Do you know why the Inquisition ship's been moored here these past few days?
To catch up on the numbers, I'm thinking.
Catch up on the numbers?
For their torture chambers. I've heard that the people die like flies on those stretching racks. And now, disappear, Morales, or else when they come for you, they'll take me as well.
Good day to you. The hose fits exactly in the hole. The heat of the midday sun is trapped under the awnings. I'll cut a few holes in the end of the hose. That should keep the cloth damp and cool down the air underneath. This invention will let you keep the material over your stall quite damp, and that will cool the air beneath it. You don't even have to leave your stall, just press here.
Oh, that really does seem to work. And it doesn't go against our Christian faith either, does it?
If God had wanted you to suffer heat stroke, then he wouldn't have sent me along, now would he? So, what about the basket? Can I have it? That big one, please.
For 2 pieces of silver, not a problem.
We agreed I could have one for 1 silver.
A basket, yes, but not that big one.
All right then, I'll just take my invention with me and sell it to someone else.
Right then. I'll deliver it to your workshop.
Thank you very much. On the roof, please. Inquisition soldiers at Uncle Tabbitt's place. Hopefully they only want to buy something. I think I've got everything I need for the new flying machine. Let's go up to the roof. If I could use the ropes to fasten the wickerwork to a frame. Done it! And now if I secure the leather to the frame. Yes, it could just work like that. Now secure the net to the frame. Building such a construction on the roof is dangerous. It could easily be seen. But up here it's a simple case of there being enough room. I've also just fixed the wings with it. The basket is definitely big enough for Ramon, and the wings should keep him up in the air. The workshop is directly under. The stitches are well sealed. I really have thought of everything. Now all I need to do is pump the air and then up and away. The Count will be satisfied and Da Vinci will know my name. Theodore Morales, inventor of the first flying machine. What should I call the machine? It needs a name. Camel leather balloon? Sky ball? Or the cloaked airship? Well, I'll definitely come up with something else. Now I'll connect the end of the hose to the hull. The other end of the hose can hang down through the hatch and will definitely reach into the workshop. I'll leave him to work on his artifacts. There's no point. I'll leave him to work on his artifacts. There's no point anyway. He's lost in his thoughts. That would make the air connection. Now I just have to convince Ramon to give me a hand. Ramon, may I interrupt you for a moment?
What is it, Fyodor?
Ramon, you have to work the bellows down here. I have to go up onto the roof to see whether it's working.
You fastened 20 pig bladders into that flying machine? Believe me, the only thing you can do with that is swim, nothing more.
No, I've built a hull which is much larger than a pig bladder. Much, much bigger, with 1,000 times more air. That you're going to pump in. Come on, now I really do need your help.
I am helping you. This piece of crystal here is the key to our fortune.
Wrong. The key to our fortune is this set of bellows here. If this works, our workshop is saved.
Forget the workshop. This piece of crystal will take us back to where we belong, and there we can open a new workshop, a much bigger one.
Why bigger? I'll just be happy enough not to lose this one.
Once I have found the city gate from where this piece of crystal has come, then you'll see what I've been talking about all this time.
Damn it, Ramon, I don't know what you're talking about. I do know, though, that the water's rising and we'll soon be in it up to our necks. Just wake up, will you? Get yourself back into the real world.
I've never, ever been closer to the real world. I can almost see the city in front of me. Its walls are white.
Go then. Get going and seek out your accursed painted city.
Which of these two is the one?
It's that one there, Ramon.
What do you want with him?
Ramon Morales, in the name of the Inquisition, you are under arrest.
What?
What? You can't do this. This isn't what we discussed.
Leave him alone.
Do not resist.
Stop! Let go! Let my brother go! Damn you!
Fyodor, don't.
Shut your face.
Ow! What's happened? Where's Ramon?
Stay calm, Fyodor. You have to keep calm.
They've taken him off with them. Something to do with our flying attempts? What have they done with him?
They've taken him on board their ship.
Onto the ship? But why? Is the Count behind this? Did he bring this about?
No, Fyodor. It has nothing to do with the Count or your flying attempts.
Well then, Uncle Tabit, do you know something?
They wanted to know for whom I had procured the crystal, and I led them to Ramon. If I hadn't done that, he'd still be here.
The soldiers came because of the crystal. The artifact you recently brought for Ramon.
I thought I was doing him a favor with it. Instead...
That damn thing! I knew it could only bring trouble upon us. Uncle Tabit, just what am I supposed to do?
I don't know that either, my boy.
What is it about that piece of crystal? What do you know about it?
It's all my fault. I shouldn't have told them that Ramon collects those things.
Uncle Tabbit, please stop blaming yourself. Rather tell me exactly what you said to the soldiers.
They only wanted to have the artifact. Wanted to know whom I had brought it for. And then, when they saw it in the middle of Ramon's collection...
So where did you get the thing from?
I don't know anymore. From some market on my travels. It just reminded me so much of what your mother wore when I first got to know her 20 years ago in Tripoli. That's how I first came up with getting it for Ramon.
Our mother owned a crystal like that. Maybe they think that Ramon knows more about it than he does. We have to get him out of there. Why did they take Ramon? What do they think he might know?
It certainly has something to do with your past. With your mother.
Our mother? How then?
I didn't tell you the whole truth about her. After your birth, it wasn't the plague that killed her. She died, burned at the stake.
Burned at the stake? Then she was taken by the soldiers of the Inquisition.
Not by the soldiers. By the current Grand Inquisitor personally.
Was she a witch?
She was the sweetest woman I have ever known. And she loved you too, above all else.
And you think Ramon is also going to die at the stake? Why?
I don't know, Fyodor. I believe it is for you to find out.
Uncle Tabbit, I have to get on board that ship somehow.
That's much too dangerous. You have no idea. Just keep well away from it, my boy.
No, I have to know what's going on with Ramon, and you're coming with me.
May Allah be with us. Right then, let's go to the harbor.
Get out of here. Nothing for you to earn here today.
Sure. You two look like you could use a little laugh.
Shh. What now?
I have to get in there somehow. The question being how.
If I can do anything, just say so.
Isn't that Pedro's wife?
Hey, you there. How are you? Do you fancy...
Sylvia? Is that you?
Morales? What are you doing around here?
I'm just taking a walk. And you? What are you doing here?
Trying to fill the family coffers, would you believe? Not much else I can do with a husband like mine.
Does Pedro know what you're up to here?
Now that would be something. He's lying drunk in his bed, dreaming of big, fat fish.
A pretty sinister-looking ship.
With even more sinister-looking types on board. You don't want to mess with them.
How many of them man the watch?
Only 2. The others are away keeping themselves busy in the town.
Good to know. Perhaps the loose stones actually are good for something. The night air is cool and the butter's more solid again. Now I can use some of it. Seagulls sleeping on the bowsprit. Now what can they be dreaming of? There are 2 soldiers. No chance of getting past them unseen. Uncle Tabbit?
Yes?
Can you go and hide yourself over there by those barrels?
If you think so.
Here, Uncle Tabbit, take this stone. Throw it when I give the signal.
Where then?
Throw the stone at the seagulls.
They won't like that.
That's what I'm hoping for. One will do. Now we're off.
Damn those flying birds.
I still seem to have a pretty good aim. Added to that, the hinges are rusty and would squeak if I opened it. Better keep my hands off. Lubricate the hinges, then they ought to open without a sound. That's made short work of it. All right, now. The hatch to the hold. That has to be where they're holding Ramon prisoner. The hatch to the hold. Damn. Somebody's relit the torch. I can forget that escape route. Not possible for me to drag the cannon around with me, but having matches for them is even better. Nice rope. I get the feeling that I can still put this to good use. A vice. This invention is so simple, it's pure genius. Hard to believe that they've only been in workshops for a few years. I can see the starry sky. That's where I want to be. But first, just the other side of this ship's hull will do. An oil lamp. It's screwed down. Probably to prevent it starting a fire in heavy seas. The fireplace is ready for use. Coal and cinders are already in there. I'm taking that with me. I can use it to tie the sailcloth into a bundle. So now I can let it down into the water carefully, nice and quiet. The wet sailcloth will block it without setting on fire. Perfect! So now my match is lit. So, now I can risk it. Now we're talking. Now let's see if I can do this. Ha! Who's a clever boy then? Ramon!
Theodore, what the devil are you doing here? Are you out of your mind?
Don't worry. The guards didn't see a thing. We'll have you out in no time.
You won't get the cage open. Better get out of here before someone sees you.
No, I'm not leaving here without you. I'm sorry that I shouted at you before, Ramon.
That's all right, Theodore, I know.
Where do they want to take you and why?
We're not going to find that out if you get caught.
Uncle Tabit reckoned they were after the artifact. That crystal you're so keen on. He said that's why they grabbed you.
They ripped it right out of my hands. Theodore, have I not told you that it's the key?
Yes, to our fortune, not our misfortune.
Quick, Theodore, hide yourself.
It was nothing, I tell you.
No, it was definitely something.
And even if it were, there's only one way out. Nobody can get out unseen.
Hey, what's wrong with you? Scared that I'm going to bend the bars apart?
Ha! You couldn't even get the door open, even if it were open.
Don't say that. He might be in league with the devil. Why else would he be here?
But he's such a feeble, white-haired specimen.
Another reason. Old Nick always looks for some harmless form to slip into so that he can fool the non-believers.
And he hasn't fooled you, of course.
Why, of course not.
When we reach Tripoli, they'll rip away your mask, cloven foot.
You stay down here, just in case there really was something. I'm going back on deck.
Understood.
Oh, how nice and wet it is here. Otherwise, just the perfect hiding place. It's too stupid. The water is going to rise here during the journey. It's impossible for me to stay in here for long. This is a cannon barrel hanging here. Seems a little improvised to me. That's my escape route. All that's missing is the hole. Locked. Judging by the smell, there's something to eat in it. What's that? Looks like a knothole. A quite big one, though. Smells of pickled fish. If I do have to stay down here for longer, I'm definitely not going to starve. Oh no, that's not good.
Hello? Who's there? So, it was just a rat.
That was close. There's not one speck of powder in it. There must be some not too far away, though. The timber ceiling is also a floor. Now something has to work. There you go. And may all your Christmases be black. A little heap of powder. That ought to make a good bang. The powder's in. The ball's in. Everything in the right sequence, and nothing can fall out. The cannon is now loaded and ready. Right there is where I'll soon be getting out. Shh. Hopefully the guard won't have heard that.
There! That's the fellow! I knew there was someone creeping around.
Let's get him!
The guards mentioned something about Tripoli. Do you know where that is?
In North Africa. That's where I got to know your mother. She looked so beautiful in the evening sun down at the harbor, with her white hair and tanned skin. Little Ramon was running around her, and she was laughing along with him. Although she had had an arduous journey behind her, with all her baggage and her pregnant belly, she was so young. I just wish we'd had more time.
Damn it! They're torching the house!
Flee over the rooftops, Fyodor. I'll try to hold them up.
No, I'm not leaving you alone, Uncle Tabit.
Just go. I promised your mother I'd protect you. I failed with Ramon, but I'll keep my word with you.
Uncle Tabit!
You are the only one who can still save Ramon. Just go, will you?
Heat generates the lift. How How is it I didn't realize that earlier? I've got to get a move on. Up and away! It's going down. The heat is dissipating. I need to do something. I can't run about the place. I have to keep still. Just don't look down. The air is getting thinner and thinner. The wings are just useless ballast. One moment. What's that? Ramon's talisman. He hung it on the wing. His contribution to the flying machine build. He could do with it himself right now. I'll give it back to him. That's a promise. You should either throw out ballast or turn it into useful heat. The moon, the only watcher and witness to my flying artistry. The star on the left tells me that the wind is driving me southwards. Who would have thought that my knowledge of the stars would one day be so useful? Luckily, the clouds aren't so thick that they hide the stars. They let me orientate myself. I'm flying! I'm flying! I only wish Ramon could see me. But how big the ocean is! From here, even bigger and wider and virtually endless. Africa must lie beyond it. How quickly the clouds scud by. They're so near. If I'm not mistaken, the wind is driving me in a southerly direction, right along the coastline. That's good. And if it's possible, it'll also take me right over the ocean to Africa. Theodore Morales, the flying genius, the man who outdid Da Vinci, the conqueror of the air. How small the world is down there, and I'm just floating away above it. Ramon's beloved lion mask. It's not just one of his artifacts, it's his personal talisman. It's more use to me when it's broken. I could maybe hang a small stove on it. And this is the perfect stove for it. The torch will go out soon. I need some more material to burn. That ought to give some lift for a while. In any case, it's enough to carry me far enough away from Barcelona. And if I'm lucky, even across the sea to Tripoli. I can use it to free a few wicker branches from the basket and keep the fire burning. I'll leave the load-bearing elements alone. Anyway, to know that there's miles of space right below me has my heart beating in my throat. The branches burn well, but rather quickly too.
While the Inquisition's ship, with Ramon imprisoned on board, sailed out onto the Mediterranean, Fyodor sat in his flight basket, at the mercy and whim of the winds. He could keep the machine in the air, but had no influence over the direction it flew. He floated like this, disoriented and powerless, until a church tower brought his trip to a sudden end.
My flight was scuppered by a church spire. What irony! But still, I was lucky. I came through unscathed. But where am I? I've got no idea. And where I came from, there's nothing left to go back to. Uncle Tabit has been arrested or is even dead. Ramon abducted. Our workshop burnt down. My whole life has been completely destroyed within a few hours. Why? I don't know. All I know is where I have to go now. Tripoli. I wonder how far it is. I wish Ramon were here now. The only thing of his I have is his lucky charm. I don't know exactly how long I've been flying, but I know I was flying south. This must be a harbour town in Andalusia. There's something going on down there. I can hear screams and the noise of battle. I've no idea how far south I've flown, but I'm back by the sea. The net from the flying machine. There's not much left of it. I'll cut a piece off and take it with me. My way out. Unfortunately locked from below. There's a loose stone in the wall. The tower seems really dilapidated. I put the stone next to the trapdoor. Let's see. Yes, that's much better. I'll put it back in. It's a hell of a long way down. I could now, in theory, walk across, if only it weren't so high. On the other hand, I've just flown through the air, by night. This is a piece of cake in comparison. It's all down from there. The sill isn't wide enough to balance on without a safety mechanism. The net should offer me a bit of protection. One foot in front of the other. Nice and slow, then nothing can go wrong. Unbelievable how easy it is. I've done it! I've got there in one piece. Sounds as if the ladder doesn't really want me to be climbing down it. The scaffolding further down looks a lot more stable. I just have to get to the ladder over there. That looks really wobbly. It wouldn't take much to knock it down. There you have it, a bridge. The scaffolding further down looks a lot more stable. I just have to get to the ladder over there. This one here is even more rotten. I have to jump onto there. No problem after that high wire act on the sill. What's going on?
Shh! Be quiet.
Who was that? Who were we hiding from? Soldiers of the Inquisition?
You're not from round here, are you?
If this isn't Barcelona, then no.
It's not as far as I know. Tell me, this thing on the roof, what is it?
A so-called Theodorian flying machine.
Did you fly here in it?
Yes, I worked on it for an age until I came up with the idea of using hot air. Well, actually, it was more of a coincidence.
You simply have to repair it as quickly as you can. My father won't believe his eyes. He has to go to North Africa as soon as possible. The harbour is completely overrun with soldiers. With your flying device, we could just fly over all that.
That's not possible. I have absolutely no material or anything else.
Oh, I see. Oh well.
What was that all about? Heavy stones from the church wall. Overripe fruit. A banquet for the wasps. I'm not going to get at them without getting stung. A long wooden pole. Seems to be from the scaffolding. I'll take it. Clear water. Or at least that's how it looks. I've no idea who that's supposed to be. A hunter, perhaps? It must be a large harbour town in Andalusia. I'm sure there must be trading ships setting off for Africa from here. That's some evil kind of wasp. I don't know, but those beasts certainly look aggressive. She's probably gone to the harbour. Didn't she say that her father wants to go to North Africa? Perhaps I can sail with him. I hope I can catch her.
Hey, you there! Come over here! Hey, do I have to tell you again? Get over here!
I've done nothing wrong. I've just been walking around town.
Lucky you. I have to stand by the gate all day. I can't even go and get some water. Can you do that for me?
If that's us quits, it'd be my pleasure. Looks as though the town is plagued by Corsair attacks. A lemon tree. I'm sure it's seen better days. A lemon. Tangy and refreshing.
What is it?
You don't happen to have seen a young woman running towards the harbour?
No, but if I had, then she wouldn't have got past me in a hurry.
Does that mean you don't let anyone through to the harbour?
Not to the harbour, not anywhere. The order was to seal off the city in all directions.
Is there anything else I can do for you? Guard the gate, perhaps?
No, that is my duty. Just bring me something to drink.
Say, why are there so many guards about the place? Has it got anything to do with the Inquisition?
Hmm? No, we haven't got time for such antics. We're defending Almeria from those vermin corsairs.
The Corsairs?
Nothing more than pirates. They sailed in 3 days ago, and since then they've murdered and plundered whatever stands in their way. The wretched swines.
Then it's good that you're guarding this gate.
With my life. Que viva España!
I'll go and get some water then.
Bueno. You're doing the Spanish army a great service, son.
I'll cut the lemon in 2 halves. That should pep up the boring water a bit. A bottle of fermented, stinky water. The soldier surely wouldn't drink it like this. If life gives you a lemon, then make a refreshing drink out of it. A bottle of fermented water that smells of fresh lemons. It'll taste good to the soldier, but won't do him much good.
What is it? That took a long time. You want me to die of thirst? Give it here. What is this? It tastes really different, really good.
Well then, enjoy.
Oh, I shouldn't have drunk it so quickly. Can you stay here a minute and guard the gate?
Sure I can.
But take care. And don't let any of those murderous corsairs in. Do you hear?
Understood. To the harbor. I have to find that girl's ship before it sails off without me. Damn. That must be one of those accursed corsairs.
Hey, where are you going?
To the harbor?
I thought the Spanish weren't letting anyone out. Are you trying to spy? I'll make you a hole for a third ear in a minute.
No, I'm just looking for someone.
Hey, Daddy!
Camilla, there you are. Where have you been?
In the city. Had a bit of a look around.
Alone? You shouldn't do that. Come on now, time to set sail. Ah!
Hey, Captain! Don't bust him up. I can put him to good use.
If you say so, but feed him from your rations.
Fine. Can you take him? I've got my hands full.
Ow! Damn!
Shut it, or I'll make shark food of you. Being locked up and sold as a slave wasn't really what Fyodor had in mind. But there he was, in the hands of the corsairs on the high seas. At least the captain's beautiful daughter, Jamila, visited him every day and provided him with food.
Wake up! There's some good news.
Tell me, is my toilet bucket finally going to be emptied? Or perhaps I'm to be allowed to have a walk around without the ankle chains on?
Much better.
You're bringing me my food because the stinky fellow that usually comes has finally died of bad breath?
Even better. It's nearly my birthday.
That's nice for you. And
then I get a present. My father lets me choose one.
do you mean from me? But I haven't got anything else. You've taken everything I had.
You fool! You are the present. I've always wanted to have my own slave.
I'm to be your slave?
Yes, it's going to be great. I already know all the things I'm going to do with you.
Really? What exactly are you thinking of?
They've seen us! Heave to! Heave to!
Oh no!
Jamila, wait! What's going on out there? Who has seen us? Jamila! Oh no! Someone's shooting at us. I mean, at the Corsairs. Is this good or bad news for me? Hey, get me out of here! Damn! Another hit like that and my journey ends here. That went under the waterline. The water is rising, slowly but surely. We're going down. I'm going down. I have to get out of here. Help! Jamila! Jamila! No one can hear me with all that noise. I have to try and get out on my own. I can't open it like that. The bars of the grating are too close together. I can't get at the padlock. The frame has iron fittings on it. Rusty, but not useless. I've got one. I can press notches into the blade like that. Ha! It works! There's no other use for the cutlass. Now I can reach it! This leg of mutton looks anything but edible, but I'm incredibly hungry. Now I feel bad, but at least my stomach isn't rumbling. I'll keep the bones. The rivet fits exactly to the bone. I could load the crossbow with this bolt. It worked! That'll be useful. Yes! Let's get out of here. I'll take that, just in case I capture a birthday present too. spices, pumpkin seeds and salt. They can't be here for cooking with. That could be the main mast, so I'm roughly in the middle of the ship. Reserves or stolen goods, or both. Chests full of booty, all kinds of junk. There's nothing in there of use to me though, except for the hammer and chisel, and the broken pump drill. Perhaps I can repair it. It shook up all the cargo, and now it's all wedged together. I can't get through there. A pump drill spindle without a cord. No use. The grating, for a change, wasn't locked. I can't move the grating. The barrel on it is just too heavy. The string of the crossbow would make a very good cord for the spindle. So please don't be anything disgusting, rancid or slimy. That was lucky. There really was just water in it. It's running out now. Now I can open it. I need the empty bucket. A ladder leads to a closed hatch. A ladder leads to a closed hatch.
Help! Help!
Jamila, are you in there?
Yes, the cabin is burning! I need water to put it out, quick!
I'll get you out of there. The entrance is blocked. It'll take ages to clear it.
Do you think I'd leave the ship to burn? I'm not leaving here till I put the fire out.
You're crazy. All right then, I'll get water. Hold on. The arquebus seems to be broken. The barrel is quite crooked, but I'm sure it's still good for something. The man is dead, struck down by the mast. What's that? A gunpowder horn? Perhaps I can make use of that. A thick and heavy rope. My prison. There's no way I want to go back in there. The bucket is full. I hope I'm not too late with the water. The handcart is completely wrecked. The wheel hubs could still be used. A bloody battlefield. No one here survived. I can consider myself lucky that I was locked away in the bilge. Oh no! Jamila's father. Dead. Looks as though he was hit by a cannonball. He's lost a leg, blood everywhere. I hope Jamila will be able to cope with the sight of this. He's not going to need his saber anymore. Jamila, are you still alive?
Yes! Hurry up!
Got to find a way to get water into the cabin. There's a narrow gap in the rubble here. I can't see anything through all the smoke, though. The barrel fits perfectly in the gap. The horn fits on the barrel of the arquebus like a funnel. Now I'll send water through the gap.
Good!
Jamila? Jamila!
Theodore?
Ah!
Hey, are you trying to kill me?
Dear Lord, I was beginning to worry.
I'm happy that I'm still alive. So stop fidgeting around with that saber. You better give it to me. This belongs to my father. Where is he?
Jamila, it'd be better if you didn't go there.
Stop talking nonsense. Where is he? Oh no. The dirty swines. They'll be sorry. I had hoped he was only injured. Only injured.
Who was that? Who did all this? Soldiers of the Inquisition?
Yes. They fired from 6 cannon ports at once without warning. We had no chance.
Jamila, is there anything I can do?
Yes. See to it that we get out of here.
Jamila?
Yes?
Can you sail the ship?
As long as it stays afloat.
We've got a leak down in the cargo bay.
Then repair it, and try and come up with a way to get the ship moving. The sails are bust. The mast too.
And then we'll make it to North Africa.
Perhaps. But only if you can find out where we are. I have to take care of the dead bodies now.
What was it with that leak again?
Open bad, closed good. Are you still not finished? You could always stick your head in it.
Is the ship carrying tar by any chance?
Unfortunately not, but some similarly sticky stuff. Have a look in the barrel with the white twine on the lid.
How am I supposed to find out where we are?
Have a look in my father's cabin. There are maps and all the other things you need to do that kind of thing. Here, take his key.
Let's see if I can find the lock it fits. How am I supposed to repair the mast and the sail? That's impossible.
You've already built a thing that can fly, so think of something.
Did you see the men who attacked you?
Yes, especially the one who shot at my father. I'll never forget his face. I wish Carlos hadn't locked me in his cabin. Then I could have helped him. Instead, all I could do was watch on helplessly.
Don't fret over that. Your father probably saved your life doing that.
So? What should I do now? Spend the rest of my life annoyed at how damn stubborn my father was?
He was your father. That's how he behaved. He would have been a worse father if he hadn't protected his daughter. And he did it well. You survived.
What do you know about fathers, huh?
True. I haven't even got one. But I've got a brother. And I suspect he's been abducted by the same people who did all this. Did you see which direction they were sailing?
No. But even if I did, we couldn't follow them. The first priority is to make sure we reach land at all.
Then I'll continue to take care of the ship. The anchor. The only thing on this ship that is still in one piece. It seems to be tied up tight. Oh God! What carnage! Ghastly! Eight long oars. They keep you moving when the weather is calm. But not when there are only two of you. Anyway, there's nowhere to hook the oars on because the railing is destroyed. The Corsairs were attacked from this side. Gruesome. He's had his head shot off. I think I'm going to be sick. Land ahoy! I wonder if that's Africa, or even America. It feels as though we'd be traveling for months. The handcart is completely wrecked. Carlos's gold chain with keys on it. Jamila tried as best she could to contain the fire with carpets and blankets, which is why such a build-up of smoke was created. The lock seems to have been broken by the heat of the fire. The chest won't open. This is where the incendiaries flew in. They've caused serious damage. There's gunpowder in there. Secured booty. A bag full of nails. What's this strange board? It looks like something is glistening through it. A hiding place for a treasure chest. That was easy. So this is where Carlos planned his forays. Locked. I won't be getting in there in a hurry. Navigational devices, maps, telescope, razor. So these are Carlos's treasures. The captain was more of a practical thinking robber. Wait a minute. The chest has a double floor. What did Carlos hide in there? A whole load of IOU notes. So many that he could have papered the walls of the cabin with them. An empty wooden barrel. There was probably drinking water in it. A barrel without hoops becomes a plank donor. Now I'll christen the razor. In there is that sticky stuff that Jamila talked about. I've heard about it before. It's called rubber or something like that. There's supposed to be plenty of it in America. Apparently it grows in trees over there. A bucketful should be enough for me. Hopefully this stuff isn't poisonous. The leak is underwater, but I could seal and secure the wooden grating. What could I use to seal it? Nails and planks to secure the grating, hemp fibers for the gaps, and to seal it, tar. The leak is underwater. What could I use? The planks are now secure, but not watertight. I can plug the gaps like this. This stuff sticks like tar, and hopefully seals just as well. The grating is watertight, but it surely won't withstand the pressure for long like that. There. That should stop the ship sinking for a couple of days. Yes, I can make out a few distinct orientation points. Perhaps I should compare them with the map. Yes, that point is good. I've noted the point and its direction. Yes, that point is good. I've noted the point and its direction. Yes, that point is good. I've noted the point and its direction. Yes, that point is good. I've noted the point and its direction. Got it. That has to be my position. I've got it. We're near Malta. I can detach the wheel hubs like this. The railing might actually fit in a hole in the capstan. Jamila, can you help me, please? Careful, Jamila. Don't get your fingers jammed. As soon as you drop the anchor, the pole will start turning too. But what use is that? Eight long oars. They keep you moving when the weather is calm. But not when there are only two of you. Anyway, there's nowhere to... 8 long oars. But not when there are only... As soon as you drop the anchor, the poles... The anchor. The only thing on this ship that is still in one piece. It seems to be tied up tight. I'll stick the oars in the wheel hubs. Four cords per hub. Hopefully this will work in practice the same way as I can imagine it in theory. Jamila, I need your help again with the paddle wheel. Thank you. Jamila?
Yes?
I've done it! The leak is repaired!
Great. So now you've got time for the other problems.
I think I know where we are. About here.
Not far from Malta. That's good and... bad.
Why?
Our fleet's secret base is in Malta. All the corsairs from far and wide.
That's good, I assume. Or isn't it?
Yes. But the bad thing is that my father had a bit of a falling out with our leader just before we set sail.
What did he do wrong? Steal his ship?
And refused to follow his orders. My father set off on a foray against explicit orders. He couldn't have made a bigger mistake.
Oh.
But anyway, we can consider ourselves lucky if we even make it to Malta. It's our only chance. We have to go there.
I think we can now move the ship again.
And how is that going to work?
Look, when we drop anchor, the weight drives this pulley. That makes the wheels turn via the cords and pushes the ship forwards, like a mill wheel that's driven by the flow of a river, just the other way around. You get it?
No, but the most important thing is that it works.
We may have to lift the anchor again now and then to keep it going.
I don't care, as long as it moves us forward.
Full speed ahead.
Shortly before reaching the Corsair base, the ship hit a reef and finally broke apart for good. Jamila and Fyodor scrabbled onto land with the last of their strength.
Yes, that's definitely Carlos's ship.
More like its pathetic remains.
The Leviathan will be furious.
Let's go and see if there's anything worth retrieving on board before we bring him the news. Ha! This time Carlos bit off more than he could chew. The Spanish cut you up good and proper.
Served him right. It'll be a lesson to him.
What did you say, Fatso? Huh? What makes you so cocky?
The ship is lost, yes. But what about the Capitan?
All the men are dead. Carlos, too.
Damn. Better for him. If the Leviathan had seen what had happened, he would have punished him badly.
Stop talking like that.
Hey, Carlos didn't want it any other way. He always played the troublemaker, so what are you getting so worked up about?
Listen, the Spanish simply had superior strength. They had cannon. Lots of cannon.
That's why it was forbidden to set sail on one's own initiative. Absolutely suicidal.
But your father just couldn't get enough.
One more word about my father, and I'll slice you open, fatty.
Stop that! We haven't got time to argue.
Who the hell is he?
A free man. Or do you doubt that?
No. As long as you don't want to stop me taking the rest of the treasures from the ship. The Leviathan insists on it.
Damned barbarians. I ought to stick them all on a spike.
I don't like dragging you out of your thoughts, but I really do have to press on to Tripoli. My brother...
We have to go to Tripoli. I'm coming with you. Forgotten already?
All the better. Then let's get going. We need a ship.
But you heard it. The Leviathan doesn't want anyone to leave.
A blue bird. Hey, Jamila?
Yes.
How are you? I mean, what with your father and everything?
Theodore, what I'm going to say to you, I'm only going to say once. So listen carefully. I swear that I will stand by you until you have freed your brother from the clutches of the Spanish Inquisition. And when that has happened, then it's my turn. I will avenge my father, as truly as I am standing here. Not a day will pass without at least 20 of those bastards being burned, while their leaders beg for mercy. But in vain. Because I, Jamila, daughter of Carlos, will be without pity.
You shouldn't repress your thoughts about death. Are you sure you don't want to talk about it?
And while we're at it, are you sure that your brother is still alive?
Ah. Well, let's just leave that topic then. Hey, Jamila?
Yes.
This Leviathan, who is he then? Some kind of talking sea monster?
Something like that. He's the leader of all the Corsairs. His enemies named him that because he's as fierce as he is fearless. And his followers see him in exactly the same way. So we call him Leviathan too.
Great. And how do we get out of here now without his permission?
Not at all.
You are joking.
No. It means that we have to obtain his permission.
Yes, but how?
The big problem is how to get ourselves an audience with him. And for that, we need 5 voices to support us.
5 advocates?
With the rank of captain, like my father was.
If there's no other way...
That's not going to be easy for sure.
These 5 advocates, you think we'll be able to find them? You have to be related or friends with some of them. Or perhaps your father was.
That's the thing. My father never had that many friends. You've heard how the others talked about him.
He was supposed to have been a troublemaker.
But above all, he was a gambler. Having something of a run of bad luck in recent times.
Meaning he owed some people money?
No. He owed just about everybody money. And they want me to pay them back. That's really the reason he went on that damned raid. Even if you only wanted to win one of the captains as your advocate, you would still have to do that without my help.
The Corsairs are a people who really are just out for themselves, aren't they?
Lots of different people. And in the end, they're just a whole load of homeless folk who've been thrown together. Now, without my father, there's nothing to keep me here.
I hope we can get away from here before the Spaniards get to Tripoli. Who knows what might happen to my brother then?
We'll free him, and the Spaniards will pay for their brutality.
Have you ever been to Tripoli?
Yes, and I know people there.
Till later then, Jamila.
Take care of you.
Lots of birds. They look really pretty. Not lush, but rare. Not an expensive present, but a nice one. Just a bit of greenery in there, and that's one key to a woman's heart already. There are probably even more cannon back there, which can be rolled out in the event of an attack. The scaffolding looks pretty precarious. This isn't the work of a professional structural engineer, but hey, as long as it holds together. Who knows how many treasures have already been buried with that? Just in case I stumble upon one of them. Danger. Latrine. Is this supposed to be a grave? Perhaps it's just a marker. Whatever. No one's going to notice if a few stones are missing. The leftovers from the last feast. Hola, Capitan.
Hello, hello. Oh.
Do you know anything about the Inquisition ship?
She's supposed to be underway for Tripoli. I don't know any more than that.
Can I ask you something?
Fire away, but not too loud. I have the mother of all hangovers.
I need to speak to Leviathan, and I need a few respected men to put in a good word for me.
So why are you asking me?
You are a captain, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. And what good does that do me, eh?
Well, perhaps a fish. I could catch you a fish. Fish is supposed to be good for hangovers.
The only thing that'll do that will be the next jug of rum. Nah, what I need is my tin of smoking weed, an heirloom from my grandmother. I still had it yesterday, but now it's gone, and I want it back, that's for definite.
Your old grandmother's smoking weed tin. Yesterday evening, when you still had it, where were you?
I was... where the hell was I now? You know, I can't remember. And the more I think, the more my head throbs. Damn it.
The hangover won't last that much longer. See you later.
Yes, till then.
Hello, Captain.
Hola, stranger.
I'm looking for an advocate for me for Leviathan. What can I do for you? For you to give me your vote?
Quite simple. Give me 10,000 pieces of gold, and my vote is all yours.
10,000 gold pieces? I could buy Leviathan himself for that much.
Whatever you say. Keep looking then.
The Inquisition ship. Do you know anything about it?
No, I'm more interested in the store where the Spaniards keep all the gold they steal from their Inquisition victims.
I don't even have a single gold piece, never mind 10,000. Isn't there anything else I could do?
What can you do?
All sorts of things. I'm an inventor.
Good. Then invent me something that will make gold for me.
If I knew how to do that, I'd have done it long ago.
So what are you an inventor of then? Well, then let's spend a little time fencing.
I can't do that either.
Then I'll have to find a worthy opponent, if that's at all possible. I'm the best fencer for miles around.
And if I can find someone who can beat you, will you give me your vote then?
Well, that's simply not going to happen, so I'll say yes.
I have to leave. One of the many chests here. Maybe there are weapons inside. A piece of red cloth. I'll take that. A pink case with a silver chamber pot. probably also belongs to the Great Leviathan. That's a beautiful chest, richly decorated and painted, probably formerly in the possession of a countess or princess. This chair almost looks like a throne. I wonder if that's the favorite spot of the sinister Leviathan. Seems like there's something still inside. As a child, Ramon once paddled out to sea in a barrel, right into the middle of a storm. But nothing happened to him because he put the barrel on top of himself. And no matter how hard the waves broke over him, he always had enough air in there.
Come on then, roll the dice.
Easy, easy.
A little wooden casket. Looks interesting. No idea what I should ask him. He's absorbed in his game of dice.
Oh no, I lost.
Hey there. From what I can see, it looks like you found a few more treasures worth playing for.
It's always worth playing. Never mind what for.
Tell me, I got the impression that, in contrast with your fellows, you are actually a little bit sorry that Carlos is dead.
Sure, he wasn't a bad fellow, even if he was a bad player. Always betting way too high.
Then perhaps you might put in a good word with Leviathan for his daughter and me.
Why should I do that? Carlos still owes me half a treasure from his last game. However, if you're prepared to honor the debt, then I'll perhaps consider it.
Half a treasure?
Or Jamila. I wouldn't have objected to her either. Yeah. But Carlos never wanted to play for her. He was happy just to carry on getting roasted.
Good. Accepted. I'll wager half a treasure. What game are we playing?
Do you know Skull and Anchor? You only have to win against me once, and then I'll speak up for you. If you don't win one single time, then I get the treasure.
The half, you mean? Agreed. What are the rules?
Quite simple. There are 3 dice and 11 penalty stones. The first one to get 6 or more penalty stones loses. You throw twice. On the second throw, though, you don't have to throw all the dice again. You play skulls, and I'll play anchors. If you throw a skull, I get a penalty stone. 2 skulls, and I get 2 stones. Likewise, if you throw 3 skulls, I get 3 penalty stones. If you throw an anchor, you get a penalty stone. And if you throw 2 anchors...
And if I get 1 anchor?
Then neither of us gets a penalty stone. With 3 other matching symbols, for example, 3 suns, the opponent gets 2 penalty stones. The symbols are counted after the second throw. Then it's the other player's turn. Understood?
Collect, I think so. Good then. He who dares wins.
So it would seem.
Such bad luck. 2 anchors for you, Corsair. Share out the penalty stones. Your turn, Corsair.
Aye. Let me think. Well, how lucky can I be? All 3 anchors. That means a whole load of penalty stones for you. Then let's allocate the stones. Your turn, Spaniard.
Good. There are skulls and anchors, so no penalty stones. Your turn, Corsair.
Aye. Let me think. Well, how lucky can I be? All 3 anchors. That means a whole load of penalty stones for you. Then let's allocate the stones. Ha! You've lost. Do you want to try again? Oh, you lost again. What bad luck.
Yes, exactly. Bad luck. Only saw anchors when he rolled, as if by magic. They are definitely loaded, so I've got no chance of ever winning.
What?
Nothing. Best of luck.
You can never have enough of it.
Come on then, roll the dice.
Easy, easy.
A cooking fireplace with embers. Hello, how are you?
How am I supposed to be? Not a lot happening here.
Tell me, do you know anything about a ship from the Spanish Inquisition?
Do they want a dock here? Then there'll be something to do at last. I'll have to tell my mother right away.
No, leave it. That could take a while.
Oh, really? Pity.
Well, how is business?
Very good. You like me? I can do everything for 1 piece of silver.
1 piece of silver isn't very much. Can you live on that?
What's that to do with you?
All the best.
On your way.
Bags, jugs, and barrels full of loot. Quite impressive, the volume of stuff that accumulates in a Corsair base. Some bellows to stoke the fire. Hello, Capitan.
Hola. How goes it?
Well, you are a captain, aren't you?
Of course. A renowned one, too. And that goes especially for the women.
And that's why we hoped that you would speak up for us with Leviathan. Me and Jamila.
Carlos's daughter, eh? Nah. She sent me packing.
Really? Well, she really wasn't up to your standard.
That's true. The way she runs around, in hose and a shirt like a man. I'm more interested in proper women. Like that one over there. Can you see her?
The pretty one. You have excellent taste.
I'd give anything to be able to get together with her. But she's not interested. Playing the Ice Queen.
Anything, you say? Would that include a word from you in Leviathan's ear regarding Jamila and me?
Yes. If you reckon you can manage to get that woman and me together, 3 times yes.
Do you know anything about...
No, I'm not interested in it. The only women they have on board are gruesome old witches who are
all the best, Don.
You too, amigo.
Hello, lovely lady.
Hello, fair youths.
Have you heard anything about...
No,
And I'd also be happy never to hear anything about it ever again.
Can I invite you to enjoy a glass of wine with me?
Better save your money to buy a fresh shirt.
And if I had one?
You'd still be a little too wet behind the ears. Who are you, then? The cabin boy from some stinking fishing boat?
And if I were a respected captain, say like him over there?
Keep digging. I'm not too keen on greasy cheapskates.
She's going to be a hard one to crack. How does a man have to be for him to please you?
He has to have manners and know how to behave.
And change his shirt every month, yes?
That ought to be every week. And he must always be thinking of me, bringing me gifts and holding my hand.
And money can't hurt either.
Exactly. A sack or two of gold in his castle's cellar would certainly deepen my love for him.
How about smoking and drinking?
He must be able to hold his drink, should be a proper man, but within limits and with a certain style. And please, no pipe smoking. The way everything stinks after that. Ugh.
No pipe smoking, but with good manners, well-groomed and not shy giving presents.
What are you muttering about?
Oh, it's just dawned on me how wonderful you are.
Ha! You never know. You do show some promise yourself, young fellow.
See you soon, Senora.
Hasta luego, chico.
Corsair spirits, high proof. Aladdin's magic lamp. I could really do with the genie right now. It looks like a treasure map. Why is it just hanging around here for everyone to see? This treasure map here.
Forget it. It's already been searched for. But if you like scrabbling around in the mud, please feel free.
Who knows? Perhaps something's been overlooked, or someone has used the old one as a new hiding place. It's possible. Rum supplies for the next... Liquor, liquor, liquor. Hello. We've already met today.
I can just about remember. You had a vicious goat with you. She was complaining the whole time.
Am I right in thinking that I don't need to ask if you would put in a good word for us with Leviathan?
Exactly.
Even if that meant you'd never see our faces again. We want to disappear from Malta.
With Leviathan's approval?
Yes.
You'll never get that. He wants to punish Jamila in place of her father, and you're not even one of us. He'll probably lock you up, or throw you into the harbor as shark bait. Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, I'll give you my vote.
Really? Thanks a lot, amigo.
Not immediately. As soon as my blue rock thrush is sitting back in her cage.
How... what... where is she then?
Flown away this morning, and I've got no idea where she's gone.
Do you know anything about the Inquisition ship?
Only that she was at the right place at the right time. Carlos is rotting in hell, and frankly, I couldn't care less.
I don't know a thing about birds.
I can believe that, but I also can't help you any further.
I mean, what do they eat then?
My little thrushy likes special fat food.
What's fat food?
The opposite of thin food. Shall I mix some up for you? Kindly do something yourself.
What does a blue rock thrush look like then?
Like a blue thrush. Green.
No. You're joking, right?
You won't get to see Leviathan.
Adios, Sapaio.
See you then. Estupido!
A birdcage. That mean fat so-and-so has given it to me to bring back his one and only friend. I wonder why there are so many stone jugs amongst the booty. There must have been something in them at some point. I'll see to it that this jug doesn't stay empty. Bags full of oats, for the many thousands of horses I haven't seen yet. These corsairs really do pile up anything they can find. No one will notice a handful or so. Smells pretty rancid. Hopefully the bird won't mind. I'll put the oil in the pan now. So, the oats are in the pan. Just the right tidbit for Fatty's sweetheart. Now that's the fat food in the cage. It's flapping, and it's in! Mission Blue Raven accomplished. There, you've got your little warbler back.
You don't say. You really found him? You really have, my little Bluey. Where have you been all this time?
She enjoyed her freedom. What about our agreement, then? You're going to keep to it?
Yeah. Go to Leviathan. I can't miss this show.
Adios, Sapphire.
See you then, estupido.
Hello, lovely lady.
Hello, fair youth.
Captain Juan is sometimes a little too stormy in his displays of affection.
He's like a drooling limpet with 1,000 arms.
And he underestimates the effect he has on women.
He's supposed to keep a book of all his conquests, but I've yet to see him with any of them.
But something you can say about him. He changes his shirt every week. Quite the opposite of all the other types that hang around here.
That's right. It hadn't occurred to me, but you're right there.
Captain Juan is a Don, a Spanish nobleman. Now that's certainly something, isn't it?
He bought that title.
Then he seems to have enough money.
Can't say I've looked at it like that before.
Don't you feel some small inclination to spend a little time with Juan? Perhaps behind that slimy exterior there lies a solid heart.
Dream on, little one. Oh, flowers for me. They're beautiful. A little dry, but beautiful. How did these come to me?
Captain Juan sent me off with a bag full of ducats to find the rarest and most beautiful flowers that Malta could provide.
Really? I would never have thought him capable of such.
See you soon, Senora.
Hasta luego, Chico.
Hello, Capitan.
Hola. How goes it?
The Senora doesn't like pipe smokers.
Well, I think that depends on the pipe.
She says she can't stand the smoke. It really would be better to leave smoking out of it, if you want to get anywhere with her.
Ah, I see. Well, all right, if it has to be.
Have you ever spoken to the Senora?
Of course I have, but she wasn't too talkative.
And how did you approach her?
Well, in the usual way, I stuck a few coppers down her cleavage.
Quite honestly, you're not going to get too far with a woman with just a few copper coins.
I don't have much more than that. Do I have to wait for the next load of booty? That could be months away.
Then take her out for a nice meal.
I did that, but she threw her leg of mutton at me. She reckoned it was full of maggots.
Well, you have to offer the woman something if you want to have her.
Yes, but how? She doesn't want me to drop my trousers. Then she'd see what I've got to offer, that's for sure.
All the best, Don.
You too, amigo.
Hey, Jamila?
Yes?
Tell me, Jamila, can I ask you something? It's not for me, you understand, more for a friend, an acquaintance. I hardly know him at all, actually.
Aha!
He's asked me how to get close to a woman, but not just any woman, a special one.
Has he already tried talking to her?
Yes, but it didn't go too well. Now she thinks he just wants to get her into bed.
And?
And what?
So, if he doesn't just want to get her into bed, what does he want from her?
No idea. Talk to her, perhaps. Get to know her.
Sounds good. Seems very nice, this acquaintance of yours.
So talking's good?
He also ought to listen, of course.
Yes, sure.
And while he's doing that, not just gaze at her breasts.
What? I wasn't!
He could also pay her compliments. Not the usual ones, but ones that he really means and that she can believe in.
For example, that he likes the way she looks at him when he asks stupid questions.
For example.
Till later then, Jamila.
Take care of yourself.
Hello, Capitan.
Hola. How goes it?
Next time, speak to the Senora before you stick any money anywhere.
And what should I say?
That you are delighted to make her acquaintance, for example. Make her the focus of the conversation. Tell her what you like about her.
Most of all, I like how her backside wobbles when she walks.
Stay above the waistline.
You have such lovely big...
Even better, above the neckline.
Lips? That sort of thing?
Better keep above the nose with compliments. And before you start, find out her name.
Ah, yes, her name. She's told me that before. Adelina or Marielle. No, that's my mother's name.
All the best, Don.
You too, amigo. What is it? What did Senora say? Does she want to sit next to me?
No. Hello, lovely lady.
Hello, fair youth.
Captain Don Juan most politely requests if you could be so kind as to share with him a tiny proportion of your attention.
With the greatest of pleasure.
Senora...
Anna.
Senora Anna. What a beautiful name. Much nicer than my mother's.
I never knew that you were so nice.
There are a few things you don't know about me, Anna.
Really? What then, for example?
Well, for example, that you know nothing of my hue.
My nose?
Yes, it's so wonderfully bent.
Really? I've never noticed that.
This isn't going well. Our arrangement still stands?
Yes, yes, you have my vote, amigo, but go now. Don't disturb us any longer.
I'll see to it that this jug doesn't stay empty. A jug of rum. That should be enough to liven things up. What happened yesterday exactly?
Well, I was in the bar, of course, and there was that little Dolorita, or whatever she's called. Anyway, she sat herself down next to me just as I was getting my old tin of weed out, and I offered her some.
And then?
And then, I don't rightly know. I just woke up on the beach this morning with a crab nipping at my knees, and the tin was gone.
See you later.
Yes, till then.
Hello. How are you?
How am I supposed to be? Not a lot happening here.
So you're Dolorita, am I right?
Rita, Dolly, Dolores, Lolita. Call me what you like.
Well, good, Rita. It's about a friend who was in the bar yesterday. He had a smoking weed tin with him. Do you remember him at all?
A big, handsome fellow. Totally drunk? Yeah, he had a tin with him.
And did you see what he did with it?
Hey? What's he supposed to have done with it?
Where he put it, I mean. On the bar or in his pocket?
No idea. I think it was on the bar. I didn't pay much attention. He was well away and was arguing.
With you?
No. With the man who couldn't keep his horrible little hands to himself.
Did he hit him?
Yes, of course. But the other one was stronger and kicked him out.
And then?
Eh? Well, then the evening just got more awful than you can imagine.
This other fellow you mentioned, who was that?
He's called Juan. Don Juan. He reckons he's the best. Pure wishful thinking, if you ask me.
Did he get what he wanted?
What are you thinking? He couldn't even pay for his own rum. And I only ever do it.
All the best.
On your way.
Hello, Capitan.
Hola. How goes it?
About the smoking weed tin again. Have you got any recollection at all of where you last saw it?
Well, maybe in the store. It might be that it slipped down between the barrels. But I'm not exactly sure. I was otherwise engaged. Comprende?
All the best, Don.
You too, amigo.
If I'm not mistaken, the tin must be here somewhere. Perfect. There it is.
Look what I've got.
My tin!
Oh, 1,000 thanks. I'll definitely put in a good word for you, lad.
Thank you. See you later.
Yes, till then. Come on then, roll the dice.
Easy, easy.
Oh no, I lost.
Quick, he's not looking.
I think I'm having a bit of a lucky streak today.
Well, then perhaps we should play another round.
You can be sure of that.
Come on then, roll the dice.
Easy, easy.
I knew it. The dice are loaded. There's metal in the skull symbol. Very craftily done. You can only see it if you're looking for it. I might be able to get the lead out with that, but the opening is too big. It fits! Ha! It works! The lead's been sucked out easily. The dice is lead-free again.
Come on then, roll the dice.
Easy, easy.
I can't just do that. He would see me.
Oh no, I lost.
I now declare the official games open.
I think I'm having a bit of a lucky streak today.
Well, you winning?
We'll see.
Could we maybe swap sides? Skulls have always been unlucky for me.
Let me give that some thought. No.
New game, new luck.
Especially if Lady Luck stays true to me.
Wasn't so bad at all. I've thrown 2 skulls. Share out the penalty stones. Your turn, Corsair.
Aye. Let me think. Nothing. Your turn, Spaniard.
Good. There are skulls and anchors, so no penalty stones. Your turn, Corsair.
Aye. Let me think. Well, how lucky can I be? An anchor for me. Then let's allocate the stones. Your turn, Spaniard.
Good. wasn't so bad at all. I've thrown a skull. Share out the penalty stones. Your turn, Corsair.
Aye. Let me think.
A double.
Then let's allocate the stones. Your turn, Spaniard.
Good. That wasn't so bad at all. I've thrown a skull. Share out the penalty stones. Your turn, Corsair.
Aye. Let me think.
There are skulls and anchors.
Your turn.
Good. Nothing. Your turn.
Aye. Let me think. Well, and then your turn.
Good. That wasn't so bad at all. I've thrown. Share out. Your turn, Corsair.
Aye. Let me think. Two, then. Ha! You've lost.
Lady Fortune, I thank you.
That cannot be. My luck has never left me before.
Maybe his lead boots were just getting too uncomfortable for him.
Well, all right. You've won. But you're not going to be getting any flowers from me.
Do I have your vote? I win and you put in a good word for me. That was the deal.
Yes, and I also mean what I say. You can ask whoever you like. I don't con people. I'm known far and wide for my honesty.
Not just a bit of greenery there. Look, they wanted to be with you.
Oh, you got these from the beach. Those are my favourite flowers. Thanks, Fyodor.
There's a fellow who sees himself as the world's greatest fencer. If we can beat him, we can get his vote.
So what are we waiting for then?
Well, are you sure that you can do it?
Just trust me.
Till later then, Jamila.
Take care of yourself.
Hello, Captain.
Hola, stranger.
Hey, Capitan. I've found a worthy opponent for you.
Where then? I can't see anyone.
Here, Jamila.
Hello, Captain.
You can't be serious.
Why ever not? She can fence better than anyone I know. Capitan Carlos was her mentor.
I'm not fighting a woman.
Go on, just have a go.
No, it's beneath my honor.
Fencing with me is beneath your honor. Just you wait. See how it feels to lose against me.
That's just laughable.
Save the laughing for later. If you've still got something to laugh about, that is.
All right then, if you won't have it any other way, I'll show you who the master is.
say now? Not got far with your fencing skills, eh?
Stop. The agreement's off.
What? You've lost. Therefore you give us your vote.
No, your father still owes me 110 gold pieces. And I can't see why you shouldn't pay me that back. Anyway, you're not getting my vote. If you're fencing for your friend, then you ought to settle your father's debts as well. Don't you think?
You can't just do that.
Otherwise, I'll never see my gold.
You greedy so-and-so. Should I scratch you a little? I bet you can't stand blood.
Ah! Leave it be, Jamila. We won't dirty our hands with him. He's not worth it.
Such a bad loser. A pathetic little scumbag.
I'll go down to 100 gold pieces. Or an object made from pure gold.
What? Does he think we still want something from him? He can keep his filthy vote.
Think about it. Bring me the gold pieces. Or something of similar value. And then you can have my vote.
This can't be the right place. There's already a cross on the map. This can't be the right place. This can't be the right place. There's already... This must be the spot. Looks as though someone's been digging here recently. This must be the spot. Looks as though someone's been digging here recently. I can feel some resistance. A tree root. Or has someone really hidden something here? Someone's going to be really angry. But I'm just passing it from one thief to the next. It's just a big circle. A treasure chest made of wood. Now, is there anything in it? I mean, apart from Maltese sea air. I don't believe it. A golden scepter! It looks really valuable. Hello, Captain.
Hola, stranger.
You said to us that if I bring you something made from pure gold, that you'd give us your vote. Is that still the case?
Show me. What have you got, then?
A golden scepter.
That has to be worth 1,000 gold pieces. I mean, 100 at best. Well, all right, you got a deal.
So we've got your vote?
Yes. Let's have the scepter, then.
Bring them here! Greetings to you, who have managed to find your way here.
We thank you, O great Leviathan, for receiving us.
Tell me, how did you manage to win over 5 of my captains?
With drive and intellect.
And you, Jamila, you who has fallen from grace together with your rebellious father, how dare you stand before me?
I trust your power of judgment, and beg for your forgiveness. My father is dead. He has paid for his disobedience.
Paid, you say? 20 men died with him, and the ship was destroyed!
Silence! You are not granted to speak for me.
Forgive me, O great Leviathan. I did not want...
Quiet, I say! What is it you want from me?
We wish, with your permission, to leave Malta.
Why? Don't you like it here?
Yes, it's just... My brother was abducted by the Spanish Inquisition, and I must rescue him.
Alone against the Spanish Inquisition? You really are full of surprises.
He is not alone. I accompany him. That is, if you let me go.
Well, I will have to think about that. But first, tell me, who are you, and what is your name?
Fyodor Morales. I am an inventor, and I come from Barcelona.
As you are not one of us, you must first prove that you have earned my respect. Are you ready to take a test?
Yes, O great Leviathan, I am ready.
You can choose from 5 tasks: fencing, swimming, climbing, diving, and serving. Which do you choose?
The task involving diving. What exactly do I have to do?
Not far from the beach is a sunken ship, which is supposed to have a huge diamond embedded in the helm. According to legend, it's still there. Thus far, no one has managed to dive for so long. That is the toughest task of all. Bring me the diamond from the middle of the helm and I'll grant your wish.
Am I allowed to use aids?
Yes. The most important thing is that you get the diamond.
Good. Then I choose this task. Hello.
You again?
Can I roll that wine barrel at the cave entrance outside?
No, damn it! It's still got wine in it!
Can I roll that wine
No!
Adios, Sapaya.
See you then.
Hola, Capitan.
Hello. Oh.
You drink a fair bit of rum.
Yes, about 4 or 5 jugs of an evening. Not many can drink as fast as me.
4 to 5 jugs? Can you imagine just how many you could drink your way through if it weren't rum, but wine in those jugs?
Probably twice as much.
What? Twice? With what you can take, we must be looking at 3 times as many.
Ah, you could be right. 3 times 5 jugs, that's, well, whatever. A hell of a lot, huh?
That would be a record. See you later.
Yes, till then. Hey, barman, bring me wine for my dry throat. Yes, on the far right. A jug of wine.
Did you hear that? Now there's a man of the world sitting there.
What kind of a world? One where there's no rum left?
One where the men aren't already lying drunk under the table before sunset.
Where's my wine, Governor? I'm dying of thirst.
That won't happen in here. Here.
Ah, thank you. Here's to Grandma. May she rest in peace.
We'll have wine too. If that's what my sweetheart wants, then let's splash out.
Oh, I like you like this.
Ah, another!
What? A drink off, is it? Just wait.
Me too! Make it 2 jugs.
Oh, great. That's my evening ruined.
We're out of wine.
Hello.
You again?
Can I roll that empty
Why
barrel?
then? Do you want some?
Not if it can be
Then
avoided.
stop the brown nosing.
I'll take that simply as a adios, Sapaya.
See you then.
Successfully emptied. So, that's step one of the construction plan complete. Now I need to weigh down the barrel somehow, so that it doesn't float back to the surface immediately. The barrel would be pushed under the water, but the stones are sure to shift when it moves. The stones stay put. Now I've got a source of air underwater. I hope this legendary helm diamond really does exist. Otherwise, my diving invention is useless to me. Here, great Leviathan, the diamond from the helm of the sunken ship.
Theodore Morales, you really have guts. I could do with someone like you. Won't you stay here and crew on my ship?
That is indeed an offer, O great Leviathan, but I have to get to my brother in Tripoli as quickly as possible. I told you what happened to him.
I understand your motives, and that's why I will help you. Both of you. With my help, you will both soon be in Tripoli.
We thank you, O great Leviathan, 1,000 times.
With the help of the great Leviathan, Fyodor and Jamila boarded a trading ship that took them south, all the way to the harbour of Tripoli. They evaded the Spanish naval blockade, hidden in barrels, and as such made it into the large trading harbour, undiscovered. From there, a middleman brought them to a remote corner of the city.
Who have we got here, then?
Hello, Rafi. Nice to see you.
Jamila, I knew you couldn't live without me for long.
Oh, yes. The longing was simply overwhelming.
Still need to work on your lying, but let's get you out of there first, princess.
Thank you. It's about time. I feel really fuzzy. There must have been a rum barrel.
Still, better than pickled fish. Now tell me, what brings you to Tripoli?
2 reasons. The first, I want to find my father's murderer.
Carlos is dead. That's terrible news.
Yes, it is. And I promise you, I will avenge his death.
You can count on my help, Jamila.
Thank you, Rafi, old friend. And now take your crowbar and open up this barrel here, before the contents start smelling of pickled fish.
Did you take my advice and finally bring a pretty girlfriend with you?
Look for yourself.
Hello?
Who is this?
I'm Fyodor Morales, inventor from Barcelona, and most thankful indeed to you, O unknown friend.
I think there must have still been rum in the barrel.
Who the devil is that?
The second reason why I'm here. To free his brother, who's being held by the Spanish Inquisition.
The Spanish Inquisition? You may as well just stroll on into hell.
I'm so happy you want to help us.
Do I?
You said you'll help me to avenge my father. Well, he was killed by the same people who have Fyodor's brother in their clutches.
Then I guess I do.
This second door has been seriously barricaded. We got from the ship to the city in these barrels.
Hey, keep off!
I wonder who takes care of the food round here. Dirty and run down, just as you'd expect from a hideaway for thieves and smugglers. Hello, Raffi.
Hey, Theodorus, what's the plan?
You know that I'm looking for my brother. He's called Ramon and has very bright white hair. Have you heard of him?
White hair, you say? I know that half a dozen people with white hair arrived here in chains.
Half a dozen? So it's got something to do with the color of Ramon's hair?
No idea, but it's been teeming with albinos around here since the Inquisitor arrived. Before then, I hadn't even seen one.
Ramon isn't an albino. He only has white hair. His eyes are not red, they're grey.
All right, I didn't mean to offend anyone. Even if he was an albino, then it wouldn't be so bad.
Whatever. You think the Inquisitor is behind all this? But why?
He'll have some kind of reason. Since the Spanish conquered the city 4 years ago, they found plenty of reasons to lock up, torture, and kill people.
This black sash, what does it mean?
Did someone let you take it?
No, I just thought... There were loads hanging there.
You can't just take it. You have to earn it, understand?
Do you know where the white-haired prisoners were taken?
I think to the old palace. That's where the Inquisition have taken residence. But, hey, no one actually knows that. And especially not from me, understood?
Sure. Whose palace is that?
The former palace of the Emir. After the occupation, the Spanish governor moved to a building by the harbor so that he could keep a better eye on the coastline.
Problems with the Corsairs, I assume?
Exactly. The palace then stood empty for a long time, until the Inquisition discovered it. Now it's guarded night and day.
And what about the rest of the city?
Now and then, soldiers patrol between the harbor and the city gates. Doesn't matter to me, though, as long as they leave me and my lads in peace.
But how can you be so certain they will?
As long as we don't cause any trouble and don't support the Corsairs. No one stops us from continuing to sell goods to Europe. And are you a Corsair?
No.
You see, then everyone is sticking to the rules, right?
Tell me, Raffi, you belong to a band of smugglers, grave robbers and thieves, right?
Why do you want to know?
I just do. I don't know anything about that kind of business.
Then ask me. I can get anything you want and bring it anywhere. For a bag of ducats, I'll smuggle a whole pyramid to Barcelona for you. Well, interested?
Yes, but I've got no money. Do you earn well?
Certainly not bad. The best money is for treasures from old graves. The Europeans are crazy for all that dusty junk.
See you later, then.
See you around.
Hey!
Hey!
Do you know what these black sashes are for?
Every smuggler has one of those.
Tell me, how did you actually meet Raffi?
My father and he did lots of business together. Why do you ask?
No reason. I'll be off then.
All right.
A 13-foot high wall. That's 10 foot too high for me. That must be the entrance to the palace. No gaps to peek through. Perhaps I should just knock.
Get lost. There's no charity here.
Good day, sir.
Thank Allah that he led you to me. How can I serve you, good sir?
Do you know anything about black sashes?
Isn't that the smuggler's marking? I think it is.
What do you know about the Inquisition?
Another plague.
Do you like living in this city?
Tripoli used to be a blossoming trading town. And now look what the Spanish have done to it. Allah will punish them for this.
See you later.
Allah be with you.
That man seems to be waiting for something. At least he's watching the desert attentively. Greetings. He's ignoring me. The ruins of a building, left by the last attack on the city, and they'll still be here for the next one. Huh. Where did they go? What's that? Black sashes. They might come in handy.
Where did you get this?
I'm a friend of Raffi's.
All right, then. What do you want?
Do you know anything about the Inquisition in the city? I've heard that the Inquisitor himself is here.
You're not very well informed. The Inquisitor left the city in the middle of the night 2 days ago, together with his entourage, 2 guides, and a dozen camels.
Did they have prisoners with them?
No, just soldiers, no prisoners.
What do you know about the palace?
Apart from the fact that it's well guarded, not much. Only prisoners and slaves are allowed in, but they aren't allowed out again.
Are there still slave traders here?
Not since the Spanish took control of all trade. There used to be a huge market for it, but that's over now. The last slave trader sells dates now.
Have you heard that the Inquisitor only locks up prisoners with white hair here?
Yes, it is strange, but I don't know why that is. Perhaps he ran out of redheads.
How do you know that the Inquisitor has already left?
I have my sources.
Adios.
Adios.
What are you doing here?
I'm shopping. First shoes, then a carriage so I can carry the shoes back to my castle. But what do you think? I'm having a look round town and searching for a way to get into the palace, just like you.
Have you found out anything about the palace?
Just that it's well guarded, and that the walls are quite high.
Yes. By the time we get over, the guards will have rolled out a carpet for us leading straight to the prison. We could ask Raffi how to get into the palace. Perhaps he's got an idea.
I've got no idea where Raffi is. He's probably going about his normal business.
Yes, but didn't he say he would help us?
What Raffi says and what Raffi does are sometimes 2 different things.
I think it would be less conspicuous if we keep apart.
True. It's probably better that way.
Good day, sir.
Thank Allah that he led you to me. How can I serve you, good sir?
You used to make your money as a slave trader.
I've even still got the license. But no slave caravans come to Tripoli anymore, thanks to the Spanish.
What's keeping you here, then? Why haven't you gone somewhere else, like all the others?
My honorable mother is ill. And I am the only one of her sons who is still here. I can't go.
Would you be prepared to sell me to the palace, as a slave?
You're crazy. Why would you do that?
I can't tell you that, but we want to pull a fast one on the Spanish.
Well, in that case, I'm in. But only if I can keep the proceeds.
Jamila, come over here, will you? I'm going to try and sneak into the palace as a slave.
As a slave? I know that you've got submissive tendencies, but how are you going to do it?
With a real slave trader. He's even licensed. As soon as I'm inside, I'll find my way to Ramon.
I'm coming with you.
No.
Yes! Do you also sell women?
If they're pretty.
Then let's get going.
What do you want?
Salam alaikum. Tell the master of the house his goods have arrived.
I'm the captain of the guard. What goods are you talking about?
Nice goods, young and healthy. Just come in, and just a thing for working in the palace.
Well, I don't know a thing about them, but we might just be able to do some business. We have a load of filth to clear out. Name me a price.
That captain looks familiar.
Yes. You never forget a face like that once you've seen it.
He's the one who gave the order to attack our ship. He killed my father.
Are you sure?
I saw his face. It was him. He attacked my father.
Jamila, this isn't exactly the best time. We have got to get inside the palace first before we can do anything.
You're right. Let's get inside first, and then we can do something.
Good plan.
Allah be with you.
And you two are hopefully going to be worth the money. You clear that camel dung away, all right? And you'd better come with me.
I hope that's going to be all right.
Keep your mouth shut. Get along there. Go on. There, your new purpose in life awaits. Clear the dung away, fill the trough, and sweep the entrances, and get on with it.
What heat. Ah well, the main thing is he can stay in the shade. A barred window. It's too high to see inside.
Here. This is your task for today.
Mending shirts?
Asking too much, am I? Well, I could send you over to my 3 comrades. You wouldn't have to do too much. Just lie on your back.
Fine. I'll stick with the shirts.
3 comrades. Good to know. The sand there looks rather different, as though someone's buried something.
Hey! There's nothing you've lost there. Get back to work.
What a stink! Always follow your nose. As Uncle Tappet used to say, you have to try everything at least once in your life. The leather straps aren't much use anymore, but the metal rings are fine. A sturdy wooden bucket. I'm supposed to use it to fill the trough with water. There's water in the trough again now. And where's the camel I'm supposed to be doing this for? A broom. I'm supposed to use it to sweep the entrances here in the inner courtyard. Nothing's budging there. Can you move, please? It's probably empty. Not quite. There are leaflets in it. The devil incarnate is amongst us. In the following proclamation, all citizens are summoned to keep watch for persons with pale skin and white hair, and to report the discovery of the aforementioned at all costs. Each shall be remunerated for this pious act, and likewise punished severely if non-compliance is proven. It's even worse than I thought. What is this witch hunt all about?
What kind of noise was that?
Now or never. Just a fireplace damped with sand. I'll take a piece of charcoal with me. Oh, 2 bottles with wine in them. Or so it looks. That's why the guard's so jumpy. Nobody's supposed to know. I'll just take them with me. Have to get to prison and take out guards. Have anything helpful? You all right? That shifted the worst of the muck. Well, I wouldn't want to eat off them, but they'll do. I've cleaned the planks, and now I can stand them in the sun to dry.
Yes, yes, whatever.
Now that makes this place here shady, and takes away the view of the window. The guard would see me. Can you move, please?
What are you doing there?
I've pricked myself and wanted to take a look at the wound in the sunlight.
Tell me. So you can't sew now?
Of course I can sew. If only this needle wasn't so tiny.
I've never come across that before. A woman who can't sew. How could a thing like that happen?
I can sew, really. Of course I can sew. It doesn't look so bad either. The wound is closing up by itself.
Well, the main thing for me is that you don't get blood on the material.
A shirt? Well, I suppose Jamila could strangle the guard with it. I need to come up with something a little bit more Fyodor-ish. Have to get to prison and take out guards. Have anything helpful? You all right?
Everything's fine, but this fellow snores so loud and stinks like a camel. Only have this shirt, sorry.
The steps are ready. The shirt is dripping. Let's see if this helps me any further. Might work. Damned gloomy in there. It has to be the torture chamber. Full of machines with cranks and hooks, and there are 2 other doors. That could be the cells. But how am I going to get in there? Hello? Anyone there? Ramon? I can't see a thing. Anyone there? Hello? Ramon?
Theodore, is that you?
Yes! Yes, it's me!
Theodore, I never thought I'd see you again.
You know me. You don't get rid of me that easily. And now I'm going to get you out of here.
And I thought you were glad to be rid of me.
Oh, forget all that stupid arguing. Let's get you out of here first.
Us? There's 2 of us. I don't know how many others are being kept prisoner in the other cells here.
Me neither. The cells are all barred and locked. There's not a bit of light that can get in. Can't you get any closer to the door? I can hardly hear you. Ah! Ramon? Are you not well? Did they torture you?
It's the old wound from the flying machine crash landing. It's inflamed. My whole leg's throbbing.
Damn it! You have to get out of here as soon as you can.
We?
Yeah, I'm doing what I can. Ramon? Who else is with you?
The Emir.
The former head of the city of Tripoli.
Quite correct. I've been a prisoner here for 7 years, since the Spaniards occupied the city.
How are you both? You've been stuck in here the longest of them all, yes?
Yes, anyway, at least I'm still sitting up, as opposed to your brother. He's got a fever, he's not at all well.
I'll look after him in a minute. I just need something to get the door open.
Forget the crowbar. Better look for a key, because believe me, without that, you just aren't going to get the door open. I was personally involved in the construction of these cell doors. They are absolutely break-in and break-out proof. I wanted them like that. And it has to be said, I certainly got what I wanted.
Right then, get the key. Ramon, did you hear? I'll do that. Just hang in there.
I fear he can no longer answer. His fever has got worse.
Zerzura. Zerzura.
What? What's he saying?
He's fantasizing about the lost desert city. He's mentioned it a lot these last few days.
Zerzura, whatever. The most important thing now is to get the key. What's that? A horse with a saddle made of sharply angled steel. I just hope Ramon's been spared that. That looks nasty. What is it? Those are strange notches. That must be the so-called Spanish boot. I don't think you can get far in that. The spearhead is pretty sharp. What are these long chains doing hanging here? Whatever. I'm glad they are. I could well find a use for them. What are these long chains? A grinding wheel. Way too heavy to carry for long. The crank from the grinding wheel. That used to be a whetstone, probably for sharpening torture instruments. The barrel's broken. Only the lid and the base are solid. The chains are riveted to the wall, but there are a few hooks here. I could definitely use them. Now I can hang anything I like on them. Still got the hooks to get on. Then I don't need much more. Now then, hooves up. This thing isn't exactly the crowning glory of the inventor's art. More like something knocked up in a tea break. Now I might be able to drag it a couple of cubits at least. That will do for the front side. A terrible invention. There's a wheel on the front now. Now only the rear side is missing. If I put that here, and then that here, then I've got a drill. Now I can push the thing. Now we want to see if this thing might still be of some use. I've got the horse hooked onto the chains now. I can put the axles to one side now. The horse is hanging on the chains. This thing isn't exactly the... This thing isn't exact. Fits too. Ho! That's going to make one powerful projectile. Hasta la vista, compañero. No key on him. Damn. The guard didn't have a key with him. I'll take it with me again. Jamila, psst. Here, this is for you, with best wishes from the prison guard.
Theodore, you just get better and better.
I know. Now all I need is the key to the prison. Then we can...
What are you whispering for? There's somebody there! Get away from the window! Away from the window, I said! Are you deaf? Right then. I'll show you who's the master around here.
And I'll show you whose daughter I am. There! Take that, you cursed murderer! Would these be the keys you're looking for?
I think they are. I've got the key to the cell. Now let's get off to get Ramon. Ramon, my dear brother.
Theodore!
The fever has gone down, but we need water, food.
Yes, we're leaving here immediately.
Open up the other cells first, please. There are other prisoners.
You're free! Come on out! Come on!
Hey, what's going on here? Have you been partying without me?
Rafi, where have you come from all of a sudden?
I climbed over the wall. Where's Jamila?
In the palace. We're not finished with the guards. There's 2 of them running around still.
Good. Then there is something for me to do. I've got a saber. You take Jamila's for now.
Hey! The prisoners are broken out! Help! The devils are free! How quickly the tides can turn.
Mwah. Mwah. Good work, you two. That went quicker than I thought.
I've heard you say that once before, only this time it sounds much nicer.
And now?
Well, there's those two in the prison to be dealt with, and then we're out of here. Or do you want to weave yourself a victor's laurel wreath?
But where are we supposed to go?
To the hideout first, and then you can discuss what's next.
I'm so happy you're getting better, Ramon. All of you.
We have to thank you for that, Fyodor. We wouldn't be sitting here if it weren't for you.
While you were having your fever, you mentioned something about a city.
Yes, Zerzura, the legendary desert city, which is in no way lost, as many maintain it is. It is only uninhabited. The only person living there is the Queen. The inhabitants have all been scattered to the four winds, but they'll find their way back, and quite soon, since it's the longing for their home that draws them back. And not only that.
What do you mean?
There is something which binds the inhabitants to their city. It's the water which they drank as children, and which still has an effect on them. Water which can heal all wounds, and which gives the Zerzurians unlimited life force.
Where do you know all this from?
From the Zerzurians themselves. Drinking the water has a small side effect. The hair turns white, and the eyes grow brighter. Yes, we are Zerzurians. You too.
But my hair's black.
Because you have never drunk the water. At least not directly. Our mother was pregnant with you when she had to flee Zerzura. But your eyes are just as bright as ours.
But I don't understand.
I know, Fyodor. That's because you've never felt this longing in yourself. But I have. You know that I've spent my whole life looking for a reason for it. And now that I know it, I don't want to spend one more day without a home.
You want to go to Zerzura? Seriously?
All of us.
But you're all ill, completely unfit to travel. We can certainly find a good physician in Tripoli.
There is only one medicine that can heal us.
But how do you see this working? If you're right, then this city lies somewhere out in the desert. You don't even have the strength to stand on your own 2 feet. How are you going to march through the desert day after day? And carrying provisions, water and all of that?
We'll manage it. The thought of Zerzura will give us the strength.
But that's ridiculous. It will be certain death for you.
No, Fyodor. It's our one chance of survival.
I'll find the city, and then find the shortest route, and then come back and get you.
But you don't know enough about it. That would be much more dangerous.
I value your concern, dear brother. But trust me, I have freed you from the clutches of the Inquisition, and will now also find the desert city, lost or not. We'll set forth in 3 days.
No, not in 3 days. We have to hurry. We are not the only ones who wish to travel to Zerzura. The Grand Inquisitor will soon be setting out for there too, just as soon as he has found what he's looking for, and that won't be long now.
What's that you're saying? The Grand Inquisitor wants to go to Zerzura.
That's why he was looking for us. He needs the key in order to get into the city. And then it will be too late for all of us.
And where is this damned key?
Nobody knows exactly. The key was broken into several parts and distributed among the Zerzurians before their great flight, when they scattered to the 4 winds.
But the Grand Inquisitor has been searching doggedly and with all means of force, and certainly has already collected some pieces together.
Already got a few pieces? That means not all of them.
I don't think he has.
Quite definitely not. He was extremely angry when he saw that we didn't have any of the fragments.
Yes, but any kind of information is useful to him. He's set off at full speed into the desert.
Then we have to find the missing pieces, before he does. Then let's go! What are we waiting for?
Please speak to our oldest. He can tell you more than I can.
Ramon?
Yes, brother?
What else do you know about the Queen?
That there wouldn't be a Zerzura without her, and that she must be very old. I've spoken to various generations of Zerzurians, and they only ever speak of this one queen.
Why did she remain alone in Zerzura?
I have heard that her own fate is closely bound to the city. We should hope that she long continues.
So why did our mother flee Zerzura?
I don't know what happened exactly, but it must have been something pretty terrible. The one soul who has remained in the city is the Queen.
Can you still remember our mother?
I was 5 years old when she died. I no longer have an image of her in my head, only in my heart. She was a good mother, happy and warm-hearted. You would have loved her too.
Yes. Do you know how she died?
From exhaustion. Tabit said that the travails of the flight were too much for her.
No, that's not what happened. Shortly before his death, he told me that the Inquisition took her and burned her at the stake.
What? Theodore, do you realize what that means?
Yes. The Grand Inquisitor must already have been searching for the key fragments at that time. Oh, but you don't know yet, Ramon. The flying machine with the leather hull and the basket that I built recently. Do you remember it? Yes, it did in fact fly. Can you imagine that?
Really? You got that thing into the air?
Yes, I even flew after you in it, as far as southern Spain.
So far, and in spite of your fear of heights? You're not just a genius. You have the heart of a lion too, my brother.
That cat's head goddess, Bastet, is that her as well? The one who featured on all those lion head artifacts that you collected?
No, the one with the lion head is Sekhmet, Bastet's dark, angry sister.
Do you know the fastest way to get to Zerzura?
I would simply follow my heart.
You don't think there's a more, exact route description?
It's possible, but I don't know it. I have nothing that points to it in my notes.
Have you ever seen the Grand Inquisitor?
Only as a shadowy form. He always kept himself in the background while his torturing knaves did their work.
What will he do if he gets all the pieces? What does he want with Zerzura?
Perhaps he wants to take back all of the relics from a lost crusade for the church.
For the church?
Yes. 200 years ago, a group of Crusader knights made their base in Zerzura. I'm guessing that the church is still speculating on there being a fair load of booty still there.
Could be right. If the Grand Inquisitor finds all of the key fragments, then he'll enter a city free of inhabitants, and it'll be an easy job for him to loot the place completely.
Don't underestimate the Queen, though. She won't allow that. She'd rather pit herself against a whole army rather than just give up her city.
Does she have any chance, though, against the Grand Inquisitor and his followers?
I hope so, for if not, then the days of Zerzura are surely at an end.
So we have to get there before him, then. I don't need to know any more. How are you doing?
I thank Sekhmet for sending you.
I'm asking myself, why did you all flee from Zerzura? What happened back then?
Blood was spilled. A black day for Zerzura. Many died. All the others fled.
But why? How did things come to that?
I don't know, and I'm glad that I wasn't anywhere near the Queen's temple. My family came away unscathed. Sekhmet be thanked.
What do you know of the Queen?
Without her people, she is nothing, and with them, everything. She has no power on her own, but through us she can become as strong and powerful as she once was. Through us, and with Sekhmet's help as well.
That sounds like a person ought to beware of her.
The Queen is good. She is the one that we thank for the water that could make my eyes see once again. It is she who saw to it for centuries that Zerzura was the contented white city, and a blooming paradise in the middle of the desert.
For centuries, you say?
Yes, the source of her power, also knew the secret of immortality.
And it could be this, that the Grand Inquisitor wants to draw upon for himself.
That would suit him well. And if that man had that kind of power, then he would also turn that paradise into a burning hell.
Do you know how we can get to Zerzura?
I have already once tried to find it. There is supposed to be a description of the route and the old ruins, but I didn't find it.
What ruins are these?
The Egyptian temple in the desert. 5 days' travel from Tripoli.
What do you know about the Grand Inquisitor?
More than a person can stand. Don't ask.
He must be a cruel man.
Cruel and profoundly evil. And he will never rest until he has what he wants. May Sekhmet guard us from his rule.
Do you know the source of the immortality?
No, that is known only by the Queen's 12 counselors.
Take some rest.
Thank you, my boy. May Sekhmet be with you.
The poor woman has had her tongue cut out. What she might have been able to say once, she can't say anymore.
Please speak.
Salam alaikum, Honorable Emir.
Alaikum salam, my young friend.
A new adventure awaits. I'll go and search for Zerzura with my brother. You know, the city of which he has spoken again and again.
But it's really only a legend. Made up by grave robbers who could use such fairy tales to increase the value of their wares tenfold.
Ramon is sure that it really exists, and he's quite certainly no grave robber.
If you believe in it, then I'll come with you. As things are now, I can't stay here anyway. I used to often travel with the desert caravans. I know my way around somewhat. I can lead you if you wish.
Thank you. We're happy to accept your offer.
There's not enough gold in the world to pay for what you've done for me. If I can help you now, then I'm a happy man.
We'll see you later, Honorable Emir.
My heart will be filled with joy.
Hey!
Hey!
You've surely heard. I'm going to look for Ramon's desert city. We could do with whatever help we can get, but of course it's completely up to you if you want to come along or not.
Is that what you want then? You want me to come with you?
It'll be a race against time. Ramon's wound is turning into blood poisoning. There'll be no healing him soon. Nobody actually knows where the city lies. And then there's still the crazy Grand Inquisitor, striving for world domination.
Well, since you ask so nicely...
Seriously though, Jamila, I don't want anything to happen to you.
Are you joking? I'm definitely coming with you.
I'm pleased about that, of course, but please think about it once more. Things could get really dangerous.
So? Who do you think you're talking to? In case you've forgotten, I'm Jamila, Carlos's daughter, and have been through plenty of other adventures before.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I fought side by side with my father on land and sea. I've survived a mutiny, cannonballs have flown past my ears, and someone even tried to hack me to death with an axe. But do you know the worst thing I've ever been through so far?
No idea, but the axe thing sounds pretty bad.
No, it was when we were in the palace, and the captain drafted me into sewing like a housewife.
Fair enough, Jamila. Lovely to have you on board. Judging by the number of seats, Raffi's little smuggler family is made up of 8 members. Hello, Raffi.
Hey, Theodorus, what's the plan?
Thanks again for your help, Raffi. My journey is now going to take me into the desert. My brother and I want to find Zerzura. You must have heard of this city.
A little. But what I did hear sounded pretty promising. You know what? I'll come with you.
Are you sure? We don't know how to find the place, nor do we know where we ought to search for the missing key fragments, and what we might find there.
Sounds like a children's game. When are we getting started?
See you later, then.
See you around.
The most important thing I need for the journey is preparation. Otherwise, we'll not get 2 days distant.
So it is. There's still water and supplies in a hiding place in my palace. I can go and fetch them.
Very good.
I'm going to draw a map with the other Zerzurians, showing the way to the Egyptian ruins.
Why? What are we supposed to do there?
There's supposed to be a map room there, which has a description of the way to Zerzura.
Really? In the old Egyptian ruins? I think I've been past there once.
Well, then you can help us.
Very happy to. As soon as I've got the supplies.
Good.
And I'll get blankets, lamps, and tents.
I'll help you with that, Raffi.
That is a whole lot of stuff for you two on your own. I'll come along too.
And who's taking care of the camels?
There's still one in the palace gardens, but it's not too well, unfortunately. I can ask my most loyal subjects for help, and definitely get hold of 3 camels, but that won't be enough.
No, we'll need at least 2 more. Pity that camel in the palace is sick.
You can make it well again, Theodorus. I get the feeling that you'd be good with camels.
You really think so? I was just thinking the opposite.
Even if you can get it fit again, we still need 1 more. There are 5 of us, and each has equipment and supplies.
Yes, that's right. You're 3 camels. The sick one, and then another one.
Then the other Zerzurians are going to have to stay here. They're too weak to walk. Better if we come and collect them once we've found Zerzura.
I've already spoken to them. They're agreed that they should wait and rest in Raffi's hideout.
Then that's all arranged. Everybody knows what they have to do, and I'll take care of the 2 missing camels.
Some alms for a poor old man?
I'm really sorry, but I've got nothing.
Think of me, sir, when you have something. Allah will thank you for it.
Here, you can certainly use this.
And how? My gullet's as dry as a desert bush in autumn. You're a good man. Allah will thank you for your kindness. Salut.
Greetings, good man. Have you ever heard of Zerzura?
Zerzura. That was the name of the lead bull camel on the last caravan. A beautiful...
I mean Zerzura.
Zerzura. That means...
Z-E...
What was the question again?
Adios.
Peace and happiness.
Oh. Hello, Jamila.
Hey, I'm combing these things here for provisions and such for our journey.
Of course. I understand. Don't stop. That seems to be the only camel in the stable. The Grand Inquisitor has taken all the others with him. It doesn't seem to be too healthy. Hardly moves, but still seems to be breathing. Exactly the reason why the Grand Inquisitor and his people have left it behind. I need to get the camel back up on its feet. Otherwise Ramon isn't going to make the journey. Greetings, good man. You don't know anything about camels by any chance?
Camels? Huh. That's about the only thing I do know about.
Really?
Yes. I was the camel doctor in the palace of the former emir, until the Spanish came.
Would you mind having a look at a sick camel? Perhaps it isn't all that serious.
Perhaps. It's just I haven't eaten anything today and the wine won't last much longer either.
Don't worry, your efforts won't be for nothing.
It would seem that the poor thing has only got a rather large cactus spine stuck between his toes.
So he can walk again soon?
I can pull the spine out, but then the wound will need to heal first. We need to give it a good clean and bandage it.
Clean and bandage. All right. With what?
Bring me salt and fern leaves.
This equipment is used to store the traders' goods and to protect them from the sun. Good day, sir.
Thank Allah that he led you to me. How can I serve you, good sir? What are you doing back here? You're not a slave anymore?
No. We overcame the guards, and for the time being have them locked up in prison.
The Spaniards deserve nothing better. Maybe I ought to sell the soldiers on as slaves. Or maybe I should move into the palace and get them to work for me. That would serve them right.
As you like. Here's the key for the prison. Have fun with the soldiers.
That I will.
See you later.
Allah be with you.
Would appear to be a trader from the desert. Maybe a Bedouin. Uncle Tabbit always liked to tell stories about them. Greetings.
Take your time to look at everything. My goods are of the finest quality.
I'd like a bag of salt.
With what would you like to pay for it?
With this device for stone crafting.
I don't know this. What is it supposed to be?
What? You don't know it? It's a holding device for stones, so they can be painted from all sides. No smudging, no dirty fingers from holding it.
Let me see. Yes, it looks really useful. Thank you. Here's your salt.
Do you come here from the desert every day? That must be an arduous journey.
That's right. That's why we've set up camp here and take turns. It's a shame we're not allowed into the city to exchange our goods with other traders anymore. We've been living off dry bread and beans for days.
What do you sell?
Mainly salt, but also soap and stone craftwork. We have a long tradition of stone art.
You come from the desert, don't you? Then you must definitely have heard of Zerzura.
Why are you interested in such a thing?
Why not? Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Zerzura, the White City, the lost desert paradise.
Those are fairy tales. To us, Zerzura means something.
Like what? Tell me, please.
How many names do you want to hear?
Well, why don't you just start?
The forbidden city of the horizon. There where the sandstorms rage. The city of no return. The city of the vain search. Of eternity. Of death.
Sounds even more exciting. I think I have to go there.
Only one who doesn't know the desert could speak like that. Don't try to find that which doesn't want to be found.
Why can't you go into the city?
The new rulers of the city have decreed it so. We're avoiding trouble and selling outside the city, even though hardly anyone passes by.
Do you know anything about sick camels? It doesn't want to stand up.
No, but we're not allowed in the city anyway. And the camel can't come to us either.
What do you want for one of your camels?
Normally they aren't for sale. But if you help us get our goods sold, then we'll give you one.
Do you know anything about sick camels?
No.
What do you want for...
But if you...
Adios.
May the sun be with you.
If I'm not completely mistaken, those have to be ferns. He was definitely a good camel. Here is the fern.
Have you got the salt as well?
Here you are.
So, in a few hours I can have the camel walking again.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Please take something from the stores here to fill your empty stomach.
I have reason to be thankful too.
That's one camel I've got. Good day, sir.
Thank Allah that he led you to me. How can I serve you, good sir?
Did you know there are Bedouins camping outside the gates of the city, selling cheap soap and salt?
Yes, that's why the market here is so empty. The damn Spanish don't let anyone in.
And it looks like those chaps are quite famished and have a real appetite for dates.
Ah. For dates, you say?
I think they'd pay a lot for them.
Thank Allah for sending you. He has spared me. By Allah, that's what I call a good deal.
Forsooth, I haven't made a better one in months. Young friend, many thanks for your help. You're welcome to choose a camel and collect it when you are ready.
Yes! Thank you. So that's the second camel. I should go back to the hideout and tell the others.
Northeast from this point?
Yes, right there, I'm quite certain.
How are you getting on?
Very good, Fyodor, very good. The Emir can remember the ruins quite precisely. We could pretty much draw the way there exactly to the foot.
Fantastic. Then nothing else can go wrong.
Have you been able to get hold of 2 camels? I can hardly wait to get going.
You will have to be patient a little longer, dear brother. I have 2 camels, but one of them is still a bit weak, and will be ready to go in a few hours.
That's fine. We should wait until nightfall before we leave anyway. Our first stop is not so far from Tripoli, at a watering point on the caravan road, but far enough that we have the dunes behind us.
Good.
So, the pack saddles are loaded. I prepared Ramon's saddle a bit so that he can keep his legs still.
Thank you, Jamila. That's really very nice of you.
Yes. Strange, isn't it? I don't even recognize myself.
Now, a decent meal and a nap, and then I'm ready to go.
Good plan. That's exactly what we'll do.
Together with his friends and Ramon, he ventured into the unknown, deeper and deeper into the desert, into that sea of stone and sand.
Where are we?
A watering point in the middle of the desert.
Watering point?
Yes. On a caravan road, there are stores of water at regular intervals. The caravan leaders get them filled when they pass by on the route.
How practical.
There's water in many places in the desert. For example, look at that termite hill over there.
Really? Do the termites gather water?
You could put it that way. If you eat enough termites, you certainly won't die of thirst.
I wonder if people used to live here in the middle of the desert. Jugs full of water. What a blessing! The Emir says there are many stations like this on caravan roads. I'll take a jug with me. I'll return it full at the next stop. I'm not so thirsty that I need to drown myself in it. A family from Zerzura supposedly found refuge in the mountains. Perhaps they know something that can help us. The old Zerzurian was certainly convinced of it. We mustn't forget to pass on his good wishes. That's the highest mountain around here. Those are the mountains. A real ship of the desert, and so friendly. He hasn't even given me a dirty look yet. There are a few stones piled up here. Why not take one for a change? My tools should be in the bag. Venerable Emir?
Yes, my young friend.
The mountain that we can see from here, do you know it?
That is Mount Sababa, the forefinger. It shows every desert wanderer the way.
We're first heading for the temple ruins, where we'll look for the map room, which is supposed to contain directions to Zerzura.
That shouldn't be too difficult.
After that, we'll deal with the key fragments, or the other way around.
Good plan. Always one step at a time.
I'll look around.
Yes, do that.
The floor here is very solid, but there are loose, sandy areas here and there. I've already got more than enough in my bag, but what the hell? Hello, Raffi.
Hey, Theodorus, what's the plan?
These key fragments. Have you any ideas about where we should start looking?
I'd do it like the Inquisitor. Just ask the Zerzurians, without chaining them up, of course.
But Ramon and the others knew nothing.
One of them, at least, knew where more Zerzurians are to be found, right?
True. He drew it on the map.
They all want to return to Zerzura. It's in their interest that the key fragments are reunited, so we're doing them a favor.
See you later.
Yes.
Ramon?
Yes, brother?
By the way, I brought your talisman with me. You probably want that back.
My talisman? Really? You had it with you the whole time? Then it's no surprise that everything turned out fine. It protected you.
You might be right. In a way.
Then keep hold of it. I want you to keep it.
But it belongs to you and you really need it. Especially now that you're ill.
Give it back to me when we're in Zerzura, all right? You look after it for me until I've drunk from the healing water.
All right, brother. How is your wound?
Fine at the moment, but I don't know how long it'll stay that way. The Emir says that if the wound doesn't heal, then it'll poison my whole body.
What do these key fragments look like?
Do you remember the artifact made of crystal?
The one that got you arrested?
That was one of the key fragments.
Stay strong, brother.
I'll do my best.
Jamila? Find Zerzura, look for the key fragments. Which should we start with and where?
I'd get the directions to Zerzura from the old temple ruins first. They don't seem to be too far away. And perhaps we'll find a clue as to the location of the key fragments there.
I'll have another look around.
You do that.
There. Someone's lying there.
That's a Spanish soldier. He looks injured.
But there's no blood. Could it be a trap?
I don't think so. The way he's breathing, And look how pale he is. He looks really ill.
Help me.
What's wrong with you?
I can't breathe. These cramps.
What's wrong with him?
Cramps? Difficulty breathing?
Sounds like poisoning.
You lot are never out on your own. Where are your comrades? And what are you doing here?
There were two of us. Javier is still inside. I had to get out. Needed air.
He shouldn't talk so much. It only strains him more.
Well, come on. Let's have a look inside. Perhaps his compañero can tell us more.
Wait, we have to help him here, otherwise he'll die.
I think he looks as though he's already over the worst.
He must be thirsty. A sip of water certainly wouldn't do him any harm.
Give me that, I'll do it. Go and look for the other one, before he causes us any trouble.
Good.
But don't touch anything, do you hear?
That must be Javier, the one the soldier spoke about. He's dead. Wasn't as lucky as his friend outside. Oh, there's a scroll tucked into his belt.
People, I've just found out that the Inquisitor sent these soldiers to look for 3 fragments of the key. Did you hear? 3!
That sounds manageable.
Did the soldier tell you that? Who knows if it's true?
Sure enough, it was the last thing he said before he died.
What? He's dead?
Just as dead as his mate here.
So we've now got 2 dead soldiers. This one died more quickly. The other one at least made it outside.
But I don't understand. How's that possible? He didn't look like he was on his last legs.
He just couldn't breathe anymore. I recognize this from a certain contact poison that's used in pharaoh tombs.
Contact poison?
It paralyzes the muscles. Once you've touched it, you can never get rid of it. It eats through your body until you suffocate feebly. No matter how little of the stuff you get on you. Yes.
That's terrible.
By Allah, that really isn't a nice way to go.
And the less poison you touch, the more agonizing it is. Because then it just takes longer.
I need fresh air.
The poison is probably stuck to the statues. I hope you haven't touched anything in here.
No, and I won't touch anything in here either. I'll keep guard outside.
You better go out and wait until Raffi and I have had a look around.
No, I'll help you. Just let me sit down for a bit, then I'll be fine again.
No, Ramon, don't touch anything, and don't lean or sit on anything. It really would be better if you went out now.
Perhaps you're right. Just a quick rest.
This much is sure. If the poison is a trap that's supposed to keep us away from something, then we're quite close.
Every trap conceals a clue. If we find out which of the statues is not poisoned,
then we've got access to the map room. He was killed by the contact poison that's on the statues. They portray Egyptian warriors. Warriors that protect and conceal something important. Are those Egyptian hieroglyphs?
yes, but you can't read them all anymore. It says, even if war defeats the false lord, none who are unknowing should find the White City. dedicated to those who, in each of the 31 years, built 5 statues. Only the first of the last 24 points the way.
That seems to be a kind of translation of Egyptian number symbols. Water uncovers the secret of the rocks. Hello, Raffi.
Hey, Theodorus, what's the plan?
How do we find out which statue is free of poison without touching it?
By making others touch it.
What do you mean?
Well, we could throw a couple of desert foxes at the statues, and then wait and see what happens.
Huh? Where are we going to find that many desert foxes? We need one for each statue.
I was only joking, Theodorus. But I'll never get tired of watching you and your little inventor's brain contemplating any old nonsense.
I guess that this scroll can tell us which is the right statue.
Yes. Sometimes I think that the Egyptians only built these really complicated constructions so they had a reason to paint their pictures.
See you later.
Yes.
I can match a few symbols, but that's not enough to translate it. Water uncovers the secret of the rocks. One of these statues hasn't been painted with contact poison. That's the one I need to find. Hello, Raffi.
Hey, Theodorus, what's the plan?
What's meant by this formula? Do you understand it?
If you subtract the last 24 from the 155 statues, and then take the first statue of those 24, that's how I understand it.
See you later.
Yes.
They portray Egyptian warriors. Dedicated to those, only the first. That must be a clue. Water uncovers the sea. The same symbols written on the plinth are the same as those on the scroll. That's going to help me. That's one of countless statues. That's one of countless statues. Water uncovered. As long as I don't have to talk to him. As long as I don't have to. Dedicated to those. Only the. That must be a clue. I can match a few symbols, but that's not enough to translate it. It says statue 132 on the plinth. It could be the right one. Well, if it's the wrong statue, then I'm about to find out. That's the statue that should open up the way into the map room. There has to be something in the plinth. The front side of it can be pushed in, but I can't do it alone. There has to be something in the plinth. Hello, Raffi.
Hey, Theodorus, what's the plan?
Help me, Raffi.
Have you touched the slab already? How do you feel?
Good. I'm absolutely sure it's the right one. Now give me a hand.
We can't do it like this. If we had some oil or another lubricant, then perhaps...
See you later.
Yes. I'm nipping into the city. Wait here. I'll go and see what the mood is like.
I wonder if the guards in the prison have been found yet.
I hope so for their sake. They have been locked in there for several days.
They don't deserve any better.
We should go and see if they're all right. Maybe bring them water.
Save yourself the trouble. They've been found. And their dead commander, too.
Oh dear. Perhaps we should have hidden him.
That might have been better. Either way, we certainly can't go into the city anymore. Now we're wanted for murder.
Damn!
We don't want to go back to Tripoli anyway. So who cares?
Jamila's right. Let's move on.
Yes. Come on, Fyodor. It was going to happen sooner or later. We're no longer the honest citizens we once were.
I know. Greetings.
Take your time to look at everything.
What's that lovely smelling...
It's the latest blend on the soap market. It's just come in. Made from aloe vera. Here, have a go with it. I'm thinking you could certainly use some.
Adios.
May the sun be with you.
The soldiers were prepared for a long stay. There's a long rope lying here. I'll take that. That's how I make the soap smaller. Hello, Raffi.
Hey, Theodorus, what's the plan?
Raffi, let's try again.
Yes, now it's starting to move.
So let's see where this passage leads to.
I'll tell the others.
The map room. Look here, a huge relief map.
Ugh, it smells as though generations of rats have died and been reborn here.
You could be right. Who knows how long this room has been sealed? Ramon, come here. You have to see this.
I'm coming.
This relief here must be the map. There are distinctive points engraved in it.
A statue. Mountains.
The statue could be the temple that we're in right now.
Exactly. And there's Mount Sababa. There's a river. There, the sea.
Yes. Strange. And what's this bird in the sea?
That's the symbol for Zerzura. That can't be right. Zerzura is in the middle of the desert, not in the sea.
Perhaps you're just looking for the wrong city. Not Zerzura, but Atlantis. No wonder no one can find it.
Perhaps the sea is also just a symbol for the endless breadth of the desert.
There seems to be something else engraved next to the bird. It could be the symbol for distance.
Really?
That's a pretty large and barren mountain.
And yet another oversized statue, this time with a cat's head.
This figure represents Bastet, the Egyptian goddess of love and fertility.
What does this little symbol mean, here in the mountains?
That's the symbol for direction.
That's the mountain called Sababa. It's well used in the desert for helping to navigate.
That's exactly where Tripoli is. I recognize the coastline.
That could be the ruined building that stands by the watering point.
That's here.
That has to be a really well-known oasis.
That'll be a river. That's the Mediterranean. There's another little symbol. What can it mean?
Where? Ah, that is the Egyptian symbol for distance.
You think that this symbol stands for Zerzura?
The dove, yes. But Zerzura doesn't lie in the Mediterranean, that much is sure.
The same symbol as in Tripoli.
Yes, it means city. That's not Zerzura, though.
I'll tie the rope here.
Good idea. Make sure that you can't find Zerzura itself on the map.
Zerzura has to be there. Look here. In the southeast. Zerzura must be right there.
There's a range of black rocky mountains there. There's supposed to be an old monastery nearby.
A monastery in the middle of the desert?
It's an old pilgrim site. About 2 days' march from here.
Now I understand what the Inquisitor meant. I heard him talking about an old pilgrim site when I was in prison. That must have been the monastery.
For sure. Southeast is also the direction he is supposed to have taken.
What is he doing in the monastery? Does he hope to find the missing fragments of the key there?
Possibly. And if the thing about the mountains is true, then he's also quite close to Zerzura.
Zerzura is actually supposed to be surrounded by mountains.
Then the city must be easy to find. And perhaps we don't need the pieces of the key at all. We'll just climb over the walls, or abseil down from one of the mountains.
If it were that easy, then the Inquisitor would have been in there ages ago. Right, Ramon?
Yes, the pieces of the key don't just open the gate. They ensure that Zerzura can be found in the first place. Without the complete key, the city remains hidden to those searching.
Oh, mystical. That really pushes the prices up.
What are you talking about? We are not making this journey in order to plunder the city.
I don't intend to, but a tiny little brick as a souvenir, or a prong from the Queen's crown, that's fair enough, isn't it?
Don't you dare!
Ramon, calm down! Ah! You mustn't get all wound up. Raffi didn't mean it like that, right, Raffi?
Right. I'm crawling through the desert on my last legs, purely out of friendship.
There'll be something or other in it for you. Now pull yourself together and behave like a nice person for a change.
Like you mean? First, I'll have to fall in love with a smart talker from Barcelona.
Don't talk rubbish.
But they're dead. Why are they dead?
It looks like they all died at the same time. They would have buried each other otherwise.
It must have been a long time ago. Years.
What happened to them?
Perhaps they were murdered.
Murdered?
Do you think the Inquisitor has got something to do with this?
I don't know. But if he has, it was quite a while ago.
The whole family? Why, the whole family? I don't understand.
We'll find out what happened to them.
Good. And I'll take a look further back there.
A piece of parchment. Seems to have been ripped out of something. A piece of parchment with symbols or a drawing. They might have been brother and sister. It's a sad thought, the two of them dying arm in arm. The food was prepared here. That must be a cave-style shelf. This sleeping area was used as a rubbish dump. A wall painted by children. A wall painted by children. This is where the family ate. There are even dishes on the table. That must have been the father. Looks as though he collapsed right here. The light is coming through a hole in the roof. It lights up the cave. When you take a closer look, this sleeping area looks even less cozy. And there's nothing there but rotting blankets. What have we got here? Notes from a member of the family. Unfortunately, I can't read it. A few pages with writing on them, but I... One of the unfortunate family members. These holes here look a bit like cupboard shelves, but I think they were probably steps for the emergency exit. This sleeping space looks bigger. The children must have slept here. Additional air and light came into the room through this opening, and it probably served as an emergency exit. Ramon?
Yes, brother?
Do you know anything about this family?
Only that they retreated here to the caves after they escaped. Perhaps they hoped to be able to return to Zerzura soon.
Ramon, do you know this language?
That's Zerzurian. I can't read everything, but it looks like it's something like a diary from the daughter of the family. She writes about an illness that has gripped them all.
So they weren't murdered?
Mama is getting worse and worse, and my brother also seems to have caught it. I'd better not tell anyone that I coughed up blood last night, or my papa will only worry more.
Oh God, what kind of an illness is this?
No idea, it doesn't say.
It was certainly deadly, that much is clear.
Perhaps only for Zerzurians. They lack strength without their water. As long as you live in Zerzura, it's a blessing. Anywhere else, it seems to be more of a curse.
We'll get to Zerzura in time, brother. You'll drink from the water and then leap around like a young buck. Don't you worry. See if there's anything about a key fragment in this book.
Yes, there is something.
And what? Come on, speak!
She describes it very precisely, and that her father hid it. But she doesn't say where. There are only a couple of symbols here.
Symbols?
Yes, right after the ripped-out page.
Stay strong, brother.
I'll do my best.
That's a kind of diary. Fits. I now have 2 pages of this strange drawing, but it doesn't look... 2 pages are covered with symbols. Venerable Emir?
Yes, my young friend.
I didn't expect all the people here to be dead.
Yes, it's terrible. I hope Ramon doesn't take it too badly.
He's afraid he won't make it much longer without the healing water.
By Shaitan, this water is truly diabolic, even though it would seem to have been made by Allah himself.
I'll look around.
Yes, do that.
Jamila? These people died on their own, without any help in the middle of the desert.
They weren't alone. They had each other.
This has really got to Ramon. I'm afraid he won't be able to hang on for much longer.
Yes, I got that impression too. We have to get a move on.
I'll have another look around.
You do that.
Hello, Raffi.
Hey, Theodorus, what's the plan?
This family, how long do you think they've been dead?
What are you asking me for? I didn't do it.
I just thought that you, as an experienced grave robber, might know about that kind of thing.
Ah, I see. Well, judging by the condition of the bones, I'd guess around 10 years.
See you later.
Yes.
Another body. I got a bit of a fright. This sleeping space looks bigger. The children must have slept here. Gosh! A necklace with a huge ruby. It looks really valuable. A leather band with a large ruby set in it. Looks very beautiful, and more than anything, valuable. Ramon?
Yes, brother?
Ramon, look at this precious necklace I found. Could it be of any importance to us?
Where did you get it?
It was around the neck of one of the dead.
Then it's a wedding necklace. It's an old tradition in Zerzura that the queen gives the couple a crystal on their wedding day, as a symbol for the truthfulness of love and its permanence.
A crystal? But that is quite clearly a ruby.
No. That is one of the mountain crystals blessed by the Queen of Zerzura. It becomes ever more red the stronger the love grows.
Really? This crystal is a wonderful red color.
Everything blessed by the Queen becomes part of her immortality. There are no broken marriages in Zerzura.
Stay strong, brother.
I'll do my best.
The 2 pages of symbols form a picture when put together. It's similar to the wall paintings in the cave. A wall painted by children. A lion is circled in the drawings. The lion in the diary is circled. I wonder if the key fragment is here. Hey! The stomach is just a stone that's been placed into the wall. And there it is, the key fragment. You lot, I've got it! Come here!
Theodorus, let me have a look at the key fragment.
Why? What are you planning to do with it?
Just show me. I'm not going to eat it. I just wanted to have a look at it. I imagined it very differently. Not so...
crystal-like. Yes. I wonder what the lock it fits is going to look like.
I'm sure I've seen a crystal thing like this before.
Really? Where?
In the thieves' hideaway. It was in the middle of the table with the card game as a stake.
With the smugglers and thieves in Tripoli. Well, let's go and get it then.
We shouldn't leave them lying here like this. It's not good.
What do you mean?
The dead. They are our fellow countrymen. Perhaps even our relatives. We should bury them.
You're right. We'll bury them. Hello, Raffi.
Hey, Theodorus, what's the plan?
I can't enter the city. Can't you talk to your comrades? They should send someone to meet us outside the gates.
And what then? They won't just give us the fragment.
But if I explain our situation, then I'm sure they'll help us. Don't you think?
We're talking about crooks here, not Samaritans. They don't do anything unless there's something in it for them. If we want to get the fragment from them,
we have to offer them something in return. I get it. Hey, Raffi, would this perhaps be something for your colleague?
Let me see. That is one hell of a ruby. Where did you get that from?
From one of the skeletons in the bedroom in the cave.
From which bedroom? How's that? I had a good look around there myself. Oh well, whatever. This necklace is definitely precious enough to get the boys out of town. Let me know when we're near Tripoli and you want to talk to them.
Well, I'm ready, Raffi. Can you let your people know?
I will do. Wait here. This is Rangar, our leader. I've already told him about the ruby.
It's as big as a quail's egg?
To be honest, I don't know anything about bird eggs.
Show me it.
And what about the piece of crystal? I want to see that too.
Why do you want it? The ruby is worth a lot more.
I'm not interested in its material value.
What are you interested in then? Does it belong to a bigger crystal? If so, then perhaps it is worth more than the ruby.
No, it's
an heirloom, long lost and finally found again.
Exactly.
Now, have a look at the necklace. You'll see that I wasn't lying about how good it is. A quail's egg in the hand is better than a crystal splinter in the bush.
This ruby really is seriously big. I've never seen one this big before. Are you sure it's even a ruby?
What else could it be? All right then. If you don't want the necklace, I'll find another buyer.
Well, if you insist, here you go. Rafi, take care.
Have a good night, Rangar.
That's another piece of the key to the city gate of Zerzura. Greetings.
Take your time to look at everything. My goods are of the finest quality.
These stones that you have here, what exactly do they represent?
They're reproductions of the holy crystal that is revered by our tribe.
This crystal that you revere, can I see it?
You mean the original? That's not possible. It's kept in the care of our priestess, and is only accessible to my people themselves, or to people chosen by us.
Aha. And what are the criteria you choose by?
It's a question of trust. There are no criteria for that.
I'm taking it that your trust in me isn't particularly high.
You are a Spanish-speaking customer who hasn't bought anything yet. I don't think we can talk about trust at all at this point.
Adios.
May the sun be with you.
And how might things be with your trust levels if you saw what I've got here with me?
But how can that be? The holy crystal! How did you come by that?
It came from heaven. Where else? It fell right into my hands and then led me here.
Exactly as happened with our priestess. You must be an important man back where you come from.
Correct. And it is in that function that I must speak with your priestess.
She will most certainly be very pleased. I can describe the route you must follow to find her. You must go alone. No one else but you.
Very well. Can you please show me the way on the map? Adios.
May the sun be with you.
A key fragment.
Hands off! The holy shard may not be touched.
It seems to me as though the sun shines a little more brightly here than in the rest of the desert. Empty. One of the Bedouins, barely recognizable as a woman under that mask. Good lady, can I ask you something?
Nothing that I couldn't also answer.
One of those tents that breed here in the desert. He belongs to the Bedouin people, although Uncle Tabit used to say that the Bedouin as such don't exist. But there are lots of different nomadic groups. They call themselves the Free, or Sons of the Wind and Sun, or the People of the Sun. There's a small circle of painted stones around the altar, all of them resembling the key fragment. Cloth, bags, lanterns. An altar made of wood, rotten and hung with feathers and bones, just the right setting for a fake sun fragment. Greetings, Honorable Priestess.
What leads you to me?
I'd love to know why that piece of crystal is lying on the altar there.
Because it's holy, and I would advise you not to get too close to it.
Why not? Will I become cursed or spontaneously combust?
It's no laughing matter. Fire is holy to us.
To whom? You or the Bedouins?
My people call themselves the people of the sun.
I don't care. I'm really only interested in the piece of crystal. What do you want for it? I'll pay any price.
The thought alone is perverse. That holy object is not for sale. Not in any circumstance.
You have an unusual hair color.
And what's that supposed to mean? Would you like me to put you in touch with my barber?
If he's in Zerzura, why not? I'd love to call in there.
Without the complete key, you will never get there. It was broken to destroy all hope of return. And most of the people among whom it was divided died long ago. So you can stop running around here telling your fairy tales.
I know where the crystal really comes from, and you know it too.
What are you getting at?
It comes from Zerzura, and you also know that there are more of them.
That doesn't alter the fact that it came from the gods themselves.
Maybe, but it's definitely not here to be worshipped. It's part of a greater whole to which it belongs.
This piece belongs to the people of the sun and no one else. The other 11 parts are no concern of ours.
11 parts, you say? Then there are 12 in total.
I thought you would know that. Don't you know anything at all?
The question is more, what do your people know? How would they react if they heard you had brought the crystal from Zerzura?
Be my guest. The people here have a great fear of the city of no return. When they learn that I am from there, the awe in which they already hold me will grow immeasurably. The holy crystal stays where it is.
These 12 key fragments, what do you know about them?
You surely don't think that I'd tell you anything about them, do you?
Why not? Isn't it in your interest to return to Zerzura one day?
Why should I believe in it, though? Why should I long for something my whole life, somewhere I'll never set foot in? All of those who have done that are dead. I, however, am alive, like a queen, and that's how it should stay.
Adios.
May the spirits guide you ever further into the desert.
Never to return, right?
I'll leave that to the spirits.
One of those tents that breed here in the desert. That's seen service a few times. Looks rather used. That's seen service a few...
Don't touch!
It would seem that washing is dried in the same way everywhere. I've got enough clothing, but maybe I can still use that piece of cloth. That's seen service a few times. Hello, can I ask you something?
Ask away, stranger.
It's a hard life in the desert, isn't it?
The only one worth living.
The crystal on the altar, why is it worshipped?
Why do you ask? Because it comes from the sun, of course.
Of course.
How? It fell from the sky.
Right on top of the priestess, I take it.
Yes, and it bleached her eyes and her hair. It was so bright.
And her wits?
It has granted her great power over the fire. Since she has been here, it only flares up with her permission.
So, Does that mean that every time you want to roast a piece of meat, the priestess has to bless it?
Quite right. As a thanks for her goodwill, she gets half of the meal.
And anyone who doesn't obey goes up in flames?
In the beginning it was always tents that were set on fire. But since then, we have become accustomed to the power of the shard.
The power of the shard? Now that you have it, what are you going to do with the shard?
Nothing at all. We worship it. When the sun wants it back, then it will make it light up.
So it would light up?
That's what the priestess said.
And that's why it lies in the shade, yes? Without sunlight, it will never light up, and the rule of the priestess will last forever.
What's that you're saying? It's a shard from the sun. It doesn't need any sunlight. If it's...
What do you think of the priestess?
She is the only one who knows how to handle the shard. Thanks to her goodness, we don't have to fear the fire anymore. She enjoys our greatest respect.
What do you know about Zerzura?
To search for it is meaningless. The wind alone has the power to reveal the city.
The wind? What has that got to do with it?
It forms the sand, spins it around, moves dunes and mountains. If you anger it, it will take away your sight of the heavens, and you will never ever find your way back.
Goodbye.
May the wind always be at your back, stranger.
You could polish it back up again. That gives me a rather gleaming idea. Why don't we see if we can help the sun get its shard to light up? Cleaning the shield won't help me. The inner side is too rough. Now it's just sandy. Now I've got a metal shield with wet sand. The sand and water make a good abrasive medium. Polished to a shine. This is a good place for the mirror. I just have to find the right angle.
The sun splinter is glowing. Look! Look!
Oops. Has the mirror moved?
The sun is reclaiming its splinter.
No! No! It can't be! It can't be! Ah!
Damn, that wasn't supposed to happen. Oh, the poor woman. However, I'm not going to get a better opportunity than this. That's how you do it. Guess what the Nomad priestess knew?
That you dream of Jamila night and day.
Ruffy, why don't you just leave it?
Why? What he says is true.
Please forgive the interruption. But what did the priestess know?
How many key fragments there are in total? 12!
12? How does she know? Does she come from Zerzura too?
Yes, but believe me, she isn't very friendly all the same.
Then you two must have really hit it off.
We've now got 3 pieces of the key out of 12.
The rest of them we'll simply take from the Grand Inquisitor in that monastery. What's it called again?
The Stone Monastery of the Holy Virgin.
But what if there are then still some pieces missing?
No worries. Our collection will then be complete.
Where do you know that from?
Because I'm not deaf. Back home in Tripoli, it was long going around that the noble Grand Inquisitor was going crazy over 3 pieces of crystal. I'd always thought that it was all to do with something that was made of 3 crystal pieces, but now I know what it was really all about.
Then we have exactly the number he has been looking for. Fantastic!
If he only knew how close he's been all this time.
Then let's do it like Raffi has suggested. Let's go to the monastery and grab the rest.
Onward and upward!
Just a minute. How are we actually going to get there?
Quite simple. We follow the caravan route all the way to the mountains. There, you have to go through an arch of rock, and behind that the pilgrim trail begins. Then you just follow that.
What's all this you? Don't you want to come with us, Honorable Emir?
The monastery is easy to reach, and you'll find it easily enough without me. My journey here is at an end. My valued friends, I am turning back.
But why?
On the search for Zerzura, it has become clear to me that I too have a home city for which my heart longs, and for which it is worth fighting. Tripoli. I am needed more urgently there than here.
Then I thank you for your help.
Yes, Emir. Many thanks for that.
I have you to thank, my dear friends.
Live well, Emir.
Live well. May the voices in your hearts always guide your step, and may the ground beneath your feet be ever firm.
The search for Zerzura brought the group directly to the lion's den. They pitched camp close to the monastery where the Grand Inquisitor was allegedly resident. From the distance came the angry rumbling of a gathering storm.
Ramon is sleeping.
Just as well. The journey has taken its toll on him.
Very true. Rocking about on one of those ships of the desert takes it out of anyone, even under normal circumstances.
Well, I'd rather ride 1,000 times over than have to walk.
No, such a camel ride feels worse than sailing in a sinking ship, in a storm, and under cannon fire.
Don't tell me you've already experienced such a thing.
Stop bickering and give some careful thought as to how we're going to get into the monastery.
You're right. The convict is more important now.
I'm just wondering exactly how we're going to get in. Creeping up there wouldn't even work in the dark. There's not one single bush to take cover behind.
What if we happen to be nomads, inquiring about a place to rest our heads?
Might work. The monks in the monastery rely on the hospitality of the Bedouins. Otherwise, they'd have been gone long ago.
Good. So we're Bedouins then.
But not dressed like this. I could maybe pass for a son of the desert, but anyone could see from miles away that you are not from around here.
Then let's get wrapped up in desert garments. A camel hair blanket. Nice and soft. Just the thing for my sick brother.
Thank you, Fyodor.
Luckily, Jamila and Raffi thought of everything when they did the packing. Interesting stones. Not enough for a hearth. A mat made of palm fibers. So what's it doing here? This definitely has a deeper purpose. I'll just have a feel inside. Hopefully nothing vicious in there. That's a Bedouin mat, woven from palm fibers. The camel metamorphosis still isn't finished. One small hole is all it takes to turn a bone splinter into a needle. The mat is quite easy to split into fibers. Now I only have to get the camel through the eye of the needle. Do-it-yourself wizard. Our cover is ready.
Very good. Let's put them on.
Ramon, we're going to set off for the monastery now. Ramon, are you awake?
Yes. Yes, I'm awake. You want to go now?
Exactly. And we'll try and deal with things as fast as we can.
Make sure you are successful. You have to find 9 pieces, not one less.
Of course. Now you look after the other 3.
No, you can't leave them here. What if the soldiers discover the camp? Ramon is much too weak.
You're right. One of us has to stay here with him.
No, I don't want that. Better keep the key fragments on you.
But we can do it, just the 2 of us.
Yes. Maybe I ought to stay on guard here and...
No. What you have to do is much more important than anything else. And you need every man for the task.
Even if one's a woman.
All right, then we ought to get going.
Yes. Get a move on.
No one home.
Or visitors aren't welcome.
Could also be that nobody heard us knocking. The door looks pretty thick.
Hello? Is there anybody there? Hello?
Locked. There has to be some way of making your presence known.
I'll have a look around.
Raffi, wait. Perhaps it's better anyway if we split up.
Right. Someone should stay outside and keep the way back secure.
And what with me being the spare part at this Bedouin wedding? I suppose it's obvious.
Nonsense. If something goes wrong, we're all in this together. That's what it's about.
What's wrong with Jamila? Why can't she stay outside?
Because I can probably fight better than you 2 put together? I'm definitely going in there.
All right then. I'll clamber around here a little and see if there's maybe another entrance.
And if it's not too much trouble, one that might serve as an exit too?
Thanks, Raffi. There's something in Latin chiseled into the wall. Only he who knows the secret of the rocks will gain entry. There's something in Latin chiseled into the wall. There are some big holes in the wall. And what's that? Aha! A cross! Well, when you're on the way to see a Grand Inquisitor, having a cross surely can't hurt. Water uncovers the secret of the rocks. Interesting. The water runs back out of one of the other holes. Now, we really need to see if there's any logic behind these sayings. I can feel a rope.
Perhaps some kind of doorbell?
Greetings, travelers. What is your wish?
We're looking for a shelter for the night, and we're hoping to find it here.
And you can have water, but shelter? Well, the caravans usually always camp in the shelter of the rocks.
But we're not traveling with a caravan. There are only 2 of us.
Are you now? Why is that?
We... are on a quest.
What kind of quest?
No, sorry. That's a request. We have received a request to, marry. I'm the bride, and this is my brother who is taking me to the bridegroom's camp.
Exactly. The brother takes the bride to the groom. That has been our custom for hundreds of years.
If that is so, come in. Wait here, please. I'll have to inform the abbot.
Do you think he bought it?
What? That we're brother and sister? Why not? He can't really think anything else at this point.
I'm happy to change that at any time.
Definitely not, as long as we're wearing this stuff.
You're right. It's already hard enough not to reveal ourselves. I nearly ruined it back there. Good job you stepped in like that.
Don't worry. As long as we don't act to raise their suspicions, our disguise is perfect. The hood throws a shadow over your eyes. No one will notice anything.
Welcome to the Monastery of the Holy Virgin. We have enough room. You are most welcome to spend the night here.
That is very friendly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It looks like there is a storm brewing. You have come here most opportunely.
May Allah hold his hand in protection over this monastery.
Now that is certainly not necessary, for God's blessing has been upon us for a considerable time now. You are most certainly exhausted from your journey. He will show you the way to your sleeping quarters. The evening meal is being prepared at this time, if you would care to wait a little.
But of course, we thank you for your hospitality. A painting of the Virgin Mary and Jesus. The monk is kneeling before the shrine and praying. There must have been a statue standing in the niche at one time. There must have been a statue. A monk keeping his eyes closed. Plain monastery-style wooden beds. Looks almost like a military encampment. Looks like further guests are expected. Looks almost like... That looks wider than the other beds. Also doesn't look like it's being used. As long as the monk is praying here, I won't be able to take a closer look unnoticed. Excuse me? Venerable monk? He seems to be... A monk who keeps silent, or who summons all others to be silent. The Bell of the Holy Virgin. A second entrance, difficult to get to. Maybe Raffi found it whilst climbing and is waiting there. I hope Ramon is all right. We shouldn't leave him on his own for too long. Loads of herbs. Sadly, I have no knowledge of herbalism. That must be the abbot's bedchamber. An impressive monastery you have here.
It's very ancient, I have to say. I've only been here a few days myself.
Are there many monks who wear metal clothes?
You Bedouins are funny. I'm not a monk. I'm a soldier.
Aha, a soldier, right. There's a monk praying in the dormitory. He doesn't answer when you ask him something.
Well, that's quite usual for him. He starts praying every day at noon and then only stops when it's time for the evening meal.
When is the evening meal served? My stomach's been grumbling for days.
You'll have to be patient, like all the others. Just wait for the bell to ring. Today, though, it might take a bit longer.
Why is that?
Well, yes, it's something special. If I could only find the right herbs for it.
The herbs are for the evening meal?
Yes, of course they are. Or do you think I'm kneeling here in the dirt just for fun?
And why are you looking at the book at the same time?
This is a book of herbal lore. I'm a soldier, not an expert on soup ingredients.
May your God protect you.
And may yours protect you, Bedouin.
Greetings, venerable monk.
God be with you, dear guest. Call me Brother Jeremiah.
You're preparing quite a lot of food here, I see.
There is half an army to be fed.
Half an army? There's only one man standing in the yard.
At least a dozen soldiers are still on their way here. At least, that is what I've been told.
A dozen soldiers in this peaceful monastery? Why?
That's down to our prominent guest, the Grand Inquisitor. He always travels with a big entourage.
A kind of king?
As powerful as a king, but following the way of the Lord. It's a special honor to have him here.
And what brings his powerful lord to the middle of the desert?
He does not say, but I bear no misgivings as to his intentions. He is a man of the church, after all.
The herb soldier doesn't seem to be up to his task. He has a book on herbs in his hand, but I doubt he can read.
Lord forgive me.
What?
Not you. Oh, one really must do everything oneself.
Practical. He can keep the fire burning without getting his fingers dirty. The meal smells delicious. This way suspicion won't fall on me. Now I just have to make sure that the cook uses the bellows. I'll just damp down the fire a little. Well, have you finally gathered all the herbs together?
After picking out the poisonous roots and the weeds myself, yes. Dear God, why do those confounded Vesper bells always ring too early?
Dinner ready.
Are you hungry? Or will you keep watch whilst I have a look around the dormitory?
Go. I'll keep watch.
I only hope it can be moved without any problems. Ugh. I thought so. A secret door. Strange. I can't see any kind of opening mechanism. This shrine looks somewhat strange. That wasn't it. Perhaps I'll find some clues here in the monastery. A monk keeping his eyes closed. Looks almost like a military encampment. Looks like further guests are expected. A monk who keeps silent, or who summons all others to be silent. That wasn't it. Perhaps I'll find some clues here in the monastery. That's it. That way is down into the cellar, and there's probably not just wine stored down there. There are lots of sacks lying around over there. Oh, one of them is moving. Hello? Oh, I am just a traveler who has lost his way in the monastery. And who are you?
I am the abbot of this monastery.
The abbot? But how? I thought... So who was it that welcomed us?
You didn't come alone?
No, I also didn't get lost.
Huh?
I'm looking for the Grand Inquisitor. Did he lock you in here?
Yes, and he is obsessed with power, and has even cleared me, his old teacher, out of his way.
You were his teacher?
It was many years ago. I took him in here at the monastery and trained him as a devout monk. But his desire for knowledge and power has always been strong. He went off into the world as a monk and came back as the Grand Inquisitor.
But why? What is he trying to do?
My brothers report that there's a secret casket that he is supposed to have in his room. Inside it is something, so they say, that poisons his mind.
Do you know what's meant by that?
Well, probably a key for something that promises him access to even greater power.
I think I know what is in the casket. That's why I'm here. I'll put a stop to the Inquisitor's plans.
If it is revenge you seek, then I advise you against it. Turn to God, that he may take the hatred away from you.
No, it is not hatred that drives me. I'm here to bring back the contents of the casket to where it belongs, and where he can cause no harm with them.
If that is so, then I will help you.
How long have you been locked up down here?
Many weeks, I think. I've lost all sense of time.
Do you get enough to eat?
Yes, my brothers look after me well. Especially Brother Jeremiah. He cooks for me, brings me books and candles. But my eyes have become so bad. I miss the sun.
Brother Jeremiah? Well, I never. Your brothers could do more for you, though. They could inform the Pope of what's going on in your monastery.
And draw the Grand Inquisitor's hatred upon me and be charged with heresy? No, the price is too high.
And how can you help me, Venerable Abbot?
There are secret passages all around this building, and I know them all. From here, there is a shaft that leads to the roof of the dormitory. I cannot, but you could climb up to my room this way without being noticed. The Grand Inquisitor has taken up residence there, and I'm sure that is also where he keeps the casket hidden.
I will do that, thank you. But what will happen to you? How can I help you?
Do not worry about me. God is at my side, and by my brothers too. The time will come when the Grand Inquisitor will leave, and then I'll be free again.
Thank you for your help, Venerable Abbot.
May God protect you.
The Abbot said this is the shaft. What are these ropes hanging here? I'll give it a pull and see what happens. I thought so. The ropes are connected and are probably hung over a pulley up there. The ropes need a counterweight so that they can carry me. These old tattered sacks serve as the abbot's bed.
I can spare one. Take it.
There is definitely enough water. The water carrier is full again. The leftover cloth and the bag are saturated. That should carry my weight. That works. Damn, someone's coming. What's the Grand Inquisitor planning? Is he going to deploy an army? Raffi, did the soldiers catch him? But why is he walking behind them unbound? What the hell is Raffi doing talking to the Grand Inquisitor? What's going on?
Fyodor, you've got no time. We've got to get the key fragments. Now!
Mary full of grace. And what have we here? A key! An ivory cross. It's heavier than I thought. Looks as though the Grand Inquisitor makes plans and studies late into the night. That's the casket. It has to be. It's unbelievably heavy.
Check that the key fragments are really in there.
Yes, but how? A big key. Doesn't fit. The key is much too big. A cross? Doesn't this belong above a bed or a prayer chair? And the weight is somehow peculiar. As I thought.
The Inquisitor and his men have just entered the building. Come on, let's get out of here.
The casket is much too bulky. I've nearly got the fragments out. Just a minute. It must work with 2 knives. The other 9 key fragments. We've got them!
Him! He has the key fragments.
Raffi, what are you doing?
Well done, Mr. Grave Robber. You'll get the rest of the gold soon. Kill him, but don't scratch the key fragments, you hear me?
Quick, help me up there.
Hurry! They're catching up! Ramon, we have to get out of here. Fast!
Have you got the key fragments? Have you got them? And where's Raffi?
We've got the key fragments. I'll explain the rest later. Come on now, we have to go.
They're over there. I can see them.
Follow them. Bring them to me, dead or alive.
Faster! The Inquisitor is right behind us.
Into the sandstorm. Quick! Cover up with this!
The storm passed, and the sun shone high in the sky. They had made it. They had thrown off their pursuers, survived the sandstorm. And there it was, finally. Their longed-for destination, the dream come true, the crossing to a better world, the city gate of Zerzura.
Zerzura! We've really found it!
I can't believe it. I'm dreaming. Or am I waking?
Yes, that is the city gate of Zerzura, brother. We are there. Insurmountable. For us, there is only one way through the gate. There's a lot of sand lying here that the sandstorm blew between the rocks. There's a lot of sand. The air is still full of sand. An old cart, no longer roadworthy. There's only one broken wheel left on it. The other is missing. The wheel is broken, but the metal rim still seems to be all right. I'll take it with me. A bar that was used as a spoke is still useful. The gate to Zerzura. Impressive. The eye belongs to an Egyptian god. Ramon knows about that kind of thing. The eye belongs... The cats stand for Bastet, the goddess of love and fertility. If she is here, then her counterpart Sekhmet can't be far away. A recess in the gate. There are various symbols all around it. A recess in the gate. The white dove symbolizes Zerzura. It's something like the animal in a city's coat of arms. Could be Bastet, the goddess with the head of a cat. But as we're just outside Zerzura, I would say it's more likely to be Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess. Ramon?
Yes, brother?
How do you open the gate?
The key fragments need to be inserted correctly. They then form a circle that should be the key to Zerzura. It was never intended for the circle to be removed from the gate. That's why you have to put it together in the gate itself.
What do the eyes in the gate mean?
Those are the eyes of Horus, the god of the sky. His eyes are the sun and the moon. Together they stand for everything beyond the earth and the unified power of Horus.
Do you know anything else about the symbols on the gate?
Of course. I've been guarding and nurturing this knowledge all these years. The right eye is also assigned to Ra, the sun god, who is the sun itself. It is a symbol to protect against evil.
And what about the dove?
Doves are sacred animals, here in Zerzura too. They are seen as guests of the gods.
See you soon.
Yes, see you later, Theodore.
I wonder if that's the keyhole. The key is inserted. All the pieces fit, but it doesn't move.
You need to turn the key.
Sure, turn it, but how? There's no handle on it.
Then make one, Mr. Inventor.
It fits, but the ring is a bit too loose to turn it. Now the ring is stabilized. Ramon?
Yes, brother?
We're so close to our goal now. All the key fragments fit, but nothing's happening.
There's a fable about the gate, but I don't know how it could help.
Do you think the gate opens when we tell it a story? Why not? We are in Zerzura after all.
Not quite, and that's the problem. What are these symbols all around it?
Perhaps there's something about that in my notes. I can at least say they aren't Egyptian characters.
You said that the key has to be turned somehow.
Yes, in a very particular way.
I'd like to hear the story about the gate.
Once a little bird sat in front of a white gate that was embedded in a huge mountain. He couldn't go up the mountain because he had broken one of its wings. The bird was lamenting his misfortune when a cat sneaked up. Because the bird had never seen such an elegant animal before, he asked it bluntly if it could help it. The cat was surprised at the courage of the little bird. She decided to wait a while before eating it, and asked it what it needed help with. The bird spoke of its nest above the gate, and that it absolutely had to get back to its eggs. There was nothing easier for the cat than to climb up there, and she offered to carry the bird in her mouth. She planned to eat it and the eggs, but the bird didn't suspect anything. He climbed thankfully into the cat's mouth, and she jumped from stone to stone up to its nest. Yet once they reached it, the cat got a shock, as there sat a huge vulture. The cat turned on its heels, and the little bird jumped out of its mouth. He wanted to protect his eggs in the nest, but the vulture approached him menacingly. As the bird closed its eyes, full of fear, the white gate under him opened, and the mountain shook. The vulture flew away, and the bird was once again left undisturbed in his home.
Can you tell me the story about the bird?
Sure. Once a little the bird, because the cat, she did the bird, there was she planned, he had what the cat, he wanted as the vulture, something like that, yes.
See you soon.
Yes, see. I've been dreaming of this moment all my life.
Impressive.
The White City.
That way. Yes, exactly. It must be somewhere there.
What must be there? What are you looking for, Ramon?
Our house, Fyodor. The house I was born in.
You can remember that. You were only 5 when you left this place.
But I see it in my dreams. There. Back there.
Ramon!
Oh no! Ramon! He's unconscious, but he's still breathing.
We need the healing water.
Fetch it. I'll look after him in the meantime.
Where could it be? Ramon, dear brother, I would much rather ask you than search you, but you have always written everything down. Perhaps that will help us now.
Sekhmet, goddess with lion head. Her name in translation means the powerful one, and one of her epithets is the mistress of trembles. She dictates over war and illness, but also over healing. If the priests succeed in appeasing her in prayer, she is also willing to revoke threats. Embodies the combative aspect of the cat, hence the lion head, as counterpart to Bastet, the cat-headed fertility goddess.
I wonder who lived here. This house is different from the rest, but I'm sure my mother didn't live here. I'll have a closer look later. That's the Temple of Zerzura, and inside is the healing water. I'm so very close. The cliffs surround Zerzura like a protecting wall. I wonder if it's volcanic rock, or something more like marble. The houses look like they've been hewn straight from the rocks. Because of those buildings, Zerzura is called the White City. I could easily get over with the drawbridge, but unfortunately it's on the wrong side. It would be really easy to climb up that rope. If only I could get down there in one piece. You can lower the drawbridge on the temple side with that. A huge crevasse, dizzyingly deep and insurmountable. The garden must have been beautiful back then. Everything has long since dried out. There are statues standing in front of the house. I've no idea who used to live here. A house with 2 doorways. I don't recognize anything inside. I wonder if the lion's head means anything. Perhaps this is the house that Ramon grew up in. An attractive old house. Nice architecture. This might actually be my mother's house. It's certainly worth taking a closer look. It somehow feels right. Blown sand, just like you can find all over Zerzura. The whole column is studded with scenes from a temple ritual or something like that. Ramon could probably interpret it. Painted walls in the style one would expect in Egypt. Who knows what this used to be, but now it's just shards. Transparent with sharp edges. Seems to be something like glass. Ramon had lots of space to play here. Clearly drawn by Ramon. That's proof that he was obsessed with the lion-headed goddess even as a child. Armchairs and chaises longues, the like of which I've only seen in manor houses. Looks like that was Ramon's painting corner. That's the way up to the rooms on the upper floor. It looks as though the ladder up has been lost. A small statue of a deity for domestic use. The statue is holding something, a necklace with a blood-red stone. That must be another one of those wedding necklaces, like the one from the cave. The stone is blood-red. I know even less about my father than I do about my mother, but this blood-red stone proves that they must have loved each other very much. Good to know. Looks like the foundations of a church. But here, within view of the temple. Strange. I wonder who lived here. I wish I had time to have a better look around. This really is an impressive city. Sekhmet and even more Sekhmet, so that no one forgets who's the mistress here. A date tree. The leaves are completely dried out. I'll take one with me. You can split stone with that. A Zerzurian spade. I wonder if that's been willfully destroyed. Project Megalomania. The builder doesn't really seem to have got very far. Many months of work have gone into this. A Bible, worn and very old. Could almost be a first edition. Here, someone has written something on the last pages. In an agitated hand, but definitely Zerzurian. It was a mistake to betray the belief of my father. For a benevolent nod from the Queen turned out to be a slap in the face. How blinded I was all these years. So, finally I will do it. Like my forefathers the Crusaders, to the honor of our God, the only true God. The foundations are laid. My church will be much bigger and more impressive than the temple. Down with Sekhmet and her servants. It shall be a church that is open to all. Access on all sides. The exact opposite of the temple, which can only be entered over a bridge that is only rarely let down. The Queen will soon regret casting me out. How could she favor Susanna over me? Why has she taken her into the intimate circle in place of me? Because she guards the river's influx. But that is no merit. One of her forefathers built his house around the influx, and now she sits there and plays at being the guardian. I shall show her that there is nothing on which one can rely. Forsooth, I shall show her what it means to be cast out. This house is different from the rest, but I'm sure my mother didn't live here. I'll have a closer look later. The mount is broken, and the millstone has fallen out. A clay pot. It was probably used to store foodstuffs. There's nothing I can do with that. Whatever used to be in there, the crate is empty now. I can see the sky. A piece of a robe. The people who lived here don't seem to have liked Egyptian murals. That would suggest there were Christians living here. According to the note in the Bible, the river influx is somewhere behind a wall. I can hear a noise from somewhere, but I can't locate any exact position. The walls all feel cold. I can't feel any damp areas. The walls all feel cold. The lion head here in Zerzura stands for Sekhmet. Belief in her must have meant a lot to my mother. Must be a deity. Ramon... The upper stone is loose. Normally that goes in here, but the quern is broken. It fits! Flour. The flour is sticking to the wall there. It must be damp. This area is damp. The water must be behind it. That was easier than I thought. The stone was already quite crumbly. An underground river, and there's enough room to breathe too. Then let's do it. First, I'll make sure I've got a trouble-free way back. Hopefully the mechanism still works. Broken. Well, at least the drawbridge stays down. I'll take that with me. I don't need to go down again, so I'd better take it with me. A skeleton who used to be a warrior. His leather armor with iron fittings is still in good shape. The cogwheel has surely got something to do with the release mechanism, but from where do you put it in motion? I bet it describes some kind of ritual.
Sekhmet, goddess with lion, she dictates over, embodies the combative.
These alcoves, they're somehow connected to the door's opening mechanism. If only I knew how to read the symbols above them. These alcoves, if only I knew how to... Very good. The symbols are also here in Ramon's notes. Here on the right is water, easy to recognize. The symbol over there means Azorian blood. Strange. Then here on the left we have the symbol for sand. Down at the bottom is fire. And that must be amber, which stands for a flash? Very interesting. These alcoves must be connected to the large cogwheel and the door via some kind of mechanism. I guess it works with weights. Then the various materials would make the door move. It doesn't work. But then I wasn't born in Zerzura, unlike Ramon. I have to do it.
What are you doing? Are you trying to practice bloodletting? I don't think modern methods of healing will help him at all.
I just need a couple of drops of his blood. Trust me.
All right. I'm sure you know what you're doing.
It's just a little cut to the finger. Let's see what happens. Unbelievable! The cog is turning. Puzzling. That's a good way to transport sand. A skeleton who used to be a warrior. His leather armor with iron fittings is still in good shape. I'll only cut off one of the metal plates. That was easy. Now something's moving. This might just work. It does! The dry leaf is for kindling, but it's not going to burn for too long. I should be able to light the matchstick using sunlight. Fire! Well, I can light the leaf, but it's so dry it burns up immediately. It's burning. I knew it. Chopped off limbs, loose leg bones and heads, from Christians as well as Zerzurians. Nobody was spared here. This shield didn't help its owner too well. This shield didn't help it. Warhammers, swords, knives, serious murdering tools. A door with a handle. Can it really be that simple? So many dead. This must have been where the main battle took place. There definitely has to be a catch. I knew it. These blades look damn sharp and they move really fast. I know that lion's head. This warhammer might just switch off the trap mechanism. It's holding. The plate armor has barely a mark on it, but the traps killed the man regardless. Thanks to the traps, I just can't get to the armor. There's one of the stone Sekhmet statue heads lying there. Now that works like a barbed hook. Right. Now! I know that lion's head. Ramon was right from the start. This talisman is a key. Whether it's lucky or unlucky, we're about to find out.
Who are you? Why have you come here? To pay me homage or to kill me?
To be honest, not for either of those. I'm actually looking for the holy water, Your Majesty.
And how did you get in here? Into the temple? Into the city?
With the key, I collected all 12 pieces together.
Your hair is black. Where did you get the blood for the temple door mechanism?
My brother, he is from here. He is a Zerzurian. The holy water of Zerzura, does it still exist?
I don't think so. The font has dried up.
But if it were filled with water again, could you then make it holy?
I might possibly have the power to fill the chalice or two. But why? If there is no one who will drink it, would you wish to drink it? For you should know that it doesn't only heal all maladies, it also binds the drinker to Zerzura. It will fill their heart with longing for a love of this city which will outweigh any other love of home.
I've heard this already, but the water is not for me, but for my brother, Ramon, who lies dying. He fled from here 20 years ago with his mother, Susanna.
Susanna? She was one of my 12 counselors.
And the guardian of the river influx.
Was it she who guided you here?
She is dead. She was murdered shortly after my birth.
Oh? That is terrible. Quite awful. See to it that Sekhmet's fount fills with water, and bring me some of it so that I can bless it. I do not wish Susanna's son to die.
Could you tell me something about Zerzura?
The city is as old as the desert. A sandstorm hides and protects it. It once used to be Sekhmet's own fortress.
The lion mask you wear, is that an effigy of Sekhmet?
Yes. The lion head herself had the first priest make it. Anyone who wears the mask is a high priest of Sekhmet and is joined to her.
Does that mean that you can use the Sekhmet's power for your own ends?
To a certain point, yes. Because I am a gentle character, it is only once in 1,000 years that I have lost control over Sekhmet's negative energy.
That was 20 years ago, a time when blood flowed and there was the Great Exodus. What exactly happened 20 years ago?
Zerzura was shaken to its foundations. Sekhmet's anger is great, her wrath immeasurable. She is the goddess of war. To antagonize her is to summon death and destruction.
Who antagonized her?
The one who dared to erect a temple to another god. The people rallied to him, and he infected them with the hatred of Sekhmet.
Does he have all of the dead on his conscience?
The people that you saw outside, slaughtered and butchered, I have them on my conscience. When the uprising of the bearers of the cross began, I lost control over Sekhmet's anger. I ended up with such a thirst for blood that I slaughtered each and every one who came near me, regardless of their being friend or foe. Luckily, a large proportion of the population were able to flee, and they locked Zerzura's gate fast.
They did that to lock you in? To protect themselves from you?
Correct. I needed many years to quieten Sekhmet's wrath. I have now achieved that. My people no longer need to fear me. I will receive them with open arms.
I'll be right back, Your Majesty.
I shall be healed.
The fount is dry. Damn it! Hopefully Ramon can hold out. It's all going to take too long. There are a few intakes. Now let's see. This one here has to be the main intake, but it's not locked either. The water that the Queen blessed used to be in this fount. The water that the Queen... The water supply feeds into the edge of the fount. It's probably routed directly under the floor. Bones, weapons, chalices, all lying around the place. Looks like there are any number of Christian relics. This is Sekhmet, the guardian goddess of Zerzura. Ramon used to tell me about her. I ought to have paid better attention. There's fire in the brazier. There's fire in the brazier. As I thought, the main feed continues here. The pipe leads under this large stone slab. It's unfortunately too heavy to push to the side. I reckon this is the access to the fount's water system. The slab is too heavy, but there's a hole in the middle of it. Fits. Wonderful. The pliers have opened. I can now pull away the slab using the rope. I hope that Sekhmet doesn't take this badly. Most venerable Queen, What I'm going to do now is neither personally nor symbolically intended. It is simply necessary.
The damage will have to be repaired.
Of course, Venerable Queen. Later. That worked. There are notches in the wall. I could use those to climb down. This stone ankh fell out of the Sekhmet statue's hand. In contrast to her, it stayed in one piece. I'm sure that Ramon would advise me to take it with me. That one is broken. This bracket looks like it could still be usable. Lots of big and small cogs. The cog is still in good condition, but it isn't connected to the others. This cog is so badly worn that it barely contacts the others. Interesting. This uses Archimedes' screw principle. I'm guessing that the water ought to come from there, but everything's dry. This pipe is the one that takes the water up to the fount. This bracket looks like it could still be usable. Lots of it. As though they were made for each other. The weights ought to set the mechanism in motion. The main mechanism is working, but the pump still isn't. The cog is still in good condition, but it isn't connected to the others. The main mechanism is now connected to the cogwheel in the middle. Now the other cog can grip it. Water, flow. The fountain is spraying all the water. I'd better seal it off so that the fount fills up. The fount has now been filled, but the water's not been blessed yet. If the Queen doesn't come to the water, then I'll just take the water to her.
Theodore, there you are. Have you got the water?
Rami, what the devil? Let go of my brother right now!
No, I'm not going to do anything.
Tell that to the Grand Inquisitor. He might believe you, perhaps. And now, let Ramon go!
Who are these people? Didn't you say it was just you and your brother?
Yes, and Jamila. But him there, he definitely isn't one of us.
Theodore, listen, I'm sorry about what I did. Honestly, I'd really like to make things good.
Gonzalo!
I have come home, Your Highness.
After everything that has happened.
It was time.
Look around you. It is your fault that the city is deadly quiet. Your fault that everyone has gone and I live here as though in a huge burial chamber.
The people fled because you were in a deadly rage and killed hundreds of them, Your Highness.
You incited the people by building that unspeakable church.
It was you who drove me to it. Was it not enough to expel me from your circle of counselors? You also had to ban me from the palace, from my home where I had faithfully served you my whole life long.
It was a mistake to take in your people. The warriors with the crosses on their chests. As one can see in you as well, they bring only hate and ruin with them.
My father was a crusader knight, too, but I have always served you faithfully. You had no right to doubt me.
But you were unable to answer my question about your belief in Sekhmet without hesitation. And anyone who doubts Sekhmet cannot be in my circle of counselors.
I was your most faithful servant, Your Highness. You could have simply trusted in me.
And I am Sekhmet's most faithful servant. What do you want here, bedecked with your symbols of another religion?
Those are only to open doors. As Grand Inquisitor of the Church, certain things come more easily.
Are you now where you want to be?
In Zerzura, yes. I have dreamed of nothing else all these years other than to return here.
But it is impossible for you to remain here. You do understand that?
I have ended your imprisonment. The city gate of Zerzura is open once more. The people will return. Is not that proof of my loyalty?
I do not trust you. What do you really want?
I want to return home. Let me return, Your Highness. Forgive me.
What? You ask me for forgiveness?
Yes, Your Highness. I wish for nothing more other than that you trust me. I will be Sekhmet's most faithful servant.
If that really is the case, then rid yourself of those crosses. Throw away that false belief and pledge your pure heart to Sekhmet. And with Sekhmet's help, it will perhaps one day be possible for me to trust you again.
I'll not wait for that. I don't need your charity, old woman. are no longer any more than that. Thus, I will not serve Sekhmet, but Sekhmet will serve me.
By Shaitan, the fellow planned this all along. Hey, Gonzalo, you can maybe steal from defenseless women, but you are not going to play the Emperor here.
You stupid boy, you should have had a drink of that holy water beforehand. Then you might have been able to have bent a single hair of mine, but only perhaps. And in the future I will know how to prevent even that. This is the last of the blessed water, and under my rule it shall not be renewed. That is for none other than now, to you. Give me the water carrier this minute. Otherwise I will kill you.
He's going to kill us all anyway.
Corley.
That's the last of the holy water.
This is no longer about me or your brother. You have to drink it, Theodore.
You shouldn't have done that.
Theodore!
Not now. No holy water left. Damn it, my brother is dying. Let it be then. I shall put on the mask and bless the water myself.
Then you will be the king of Zerzura, forever and ever. Do you really want that?
But what else can I do? Do you want to put it on?
No, for God's sake! It's not my city, even less than it is yours. But it is his city.
You're right. Ramon, did you hear that? You should be king of Zerzura. What do you think of that idea?
That would be much more than I could ever have dreamt of. But I...
Oh no, Jamila! He's coughing blood!
One more reason for a quick coronation.
Listen, my brother. First of all, you have to bless the water, then you drink it, and then you'll be well.
Ramon, you have felt this yourself for a long time. You were born to be king. Zerzura is your home, and you will see to it that once again becomes a flourishing oasis. I am sure of that.
Good.
I'll put the mask on you now. All right?
Yes, Theodore. I am ready. With the Sekhmet's help, heal. Thank you, Theodore. Thanks for everything.
Gladly, brother. I've done it all gladly for you.
And thank you too, Jamila. You're a sister in my heart.
I'd do it all again anytime.
All the forces of evil have been conquered. The city gate has been opened. The holy water flows once again. You children of Zerzura, come home! Your king awaits you! And now to you two.
To us? Why?
What do you mean by that?
May Sekhmet help you flourish and preserve you.
What are you doing?
Give me your hands. This rock crystal belongs to you both. It should both make your love grow and preserve you. Blessed be your love, that it should last forever.
Ooh, is that reversible?
I think so. As soon as we're outside of Zerzura, the effect will lessen.
I don't think I'm in too much of a rush now either. We can easily stay here a few more days.
And so their hearts were joined. As fire makes iron glow, so Fyodor and Jamila's love turned the crystal red. They decided to stay, for something in Fyodor's heart also bound him to Zerzura. Months passed. Ramon turned out to be a wise and decent king, and no one in Zerzura would ever be ill again. But the desire for adventure tugged at Fyodor like a fresh wind draws a boat to the open sea. And together with Jamila, Fyodor left the White City.